Good morning, Namaste, Sat Sri Akal. Hello and welcome. You are watching 3BL Season 3 and what a mind-blowing season we are having, and we have reached round number 5. Yesterday, last evening, we had finished the Men's Conference A and round number 5, and today it is going to be a hell of a day where you are going to see and witness some exciting action on this court, because today we have the women's round number 5. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to progress with the day. But before we get this sunny morning out, all I need to do is thank the sponsors who made 3BL Season 3 what it is. Starting with Hospitality and Venue Partner, Wyndham Chandigarh Mohali. Radio Partner, MyFM 94.3. Apparel Partner, Nivea. Energy Drink Partner, Red Bull. Medical Partner, Fortis Hospitals, Mohali. Name Partner, Boxer Singh Sports Worldwide Private Limited. Special thanks to BFI and FIBA, all the referees and the officials. Event Partner, Creators Marketing Solutions Private Limited. And all of you, I want to thank you personally on behalf of 3VL, who have been giving us tremendous amount of support and views and likes and shares and comments on our 3x3BL YouTube channel and all over the social media. Thank you so much for doing so and loving this sport. That exactly is the vision. We want to bring the sport to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to start women's round number 5, game number 1. Let's bring out the teams. The girls are pumped up and ready at the tunnel, so I'm not going to waste any more time. And the first game is going to be played between the defending champs and the team that needs to win in this round if they want to climb up on the points table. Let's bring out the defending champions, team Kochi Stars. The defending champions are here after a good break. Remember, they played only with 3 players in the last round and they won the championship, and so are they doing this right now. Let's see if they can defend the title. Playing against Kochi Stars in game number 1. Put your hands together and please welcome the women in green, Pune Panthers. This is going to be a great start to round number 5 in the Women's League. You know what? This is 3VL, and let us show you how it is like. Can I have the captains for the toss, please? Good morning, ladies. All the best. Who's going to call? Pune Panthers called for heads. Tails it is. Kochi Stars win the opening game in women's round number 5, and they will take the ball. Aparna, hope you're having a good morning. I'll save you from the sun. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Rishi. And yes, it's definitely a good morning. How can it not be when we have an entire day of so much of fun that's going to unravel in front of our eyes? Kochi Stars will be represented by number 6, Steffi the Albatross Nixon, number 5, Kanishka Der, who's not here with us, number 77, Divyani Gangwal, and number 10, Vandana Arya. They will be going up against Pune Panthers. Number 9 won by Durga Dharmadikari. Number 15, Smriti Radhakrishnan. My apologies, she's wearing number 14 and Durga is wearing number 15 today. And that's number 10, Priya Sharma, and number 11, Nisha Kashyap. And Kochi Stars are the defending champions of the previous round. It's interesting to note there's been a hodgepodge of titles which have gone, the Delhi Divas and Kochi Stars, where they won alternative titles. 1 and 3 won by Delhi, 2 and 4 won by Kochi. Kochi were the runners-up in 1 and 3 when Delhi won the titles. It's interesting to see that. And the times that Delhi didn't win the title, round 2, Pune Panthers were the runners-up, and in round 4, Delhi Divas were the runners-up. So today there will be a lot of competition on the floor. Kochi Stars struggled with the 3-man roster that they had in the last round, and once again they are back with the 3-man roster. This time Vandana Arya is there instead of Kanishka Der. So let's see how Vandana is able to pick up the pace and keep it going like Kanishka did for her team in the last round. Kochi really played like troopers, and although they were exhausted, they made sure they got the job done with a lot of hustle and heart. And off to a quick start. Steffi misses that one. Durga kicks it out. Durga back to Nisha Kashyap. Rebound pull down. Divyani out to Vandana. Vandana spots up for a jumper, not able to make it, and Steffi is kept at bay by Priya Sharma, who knows that Steffi cannot be allowed anywhere close to the basket because that would spell trouble and points on the scoreboard. A cross-court pass to Priya Sharma, misses the jumper. Durga is there to pick it up, attempts one. Steffi. And off the glass, Durga Dharmadikari picks up the first point for Pune Panthers. Turns around and Steffi tries to reply with one, but Durga is there to pick up the rebound. Nisha Kashyap. Divyani with the ball for the Stars. She will spot up, but it hits the front ring. And this time Steffi has the ball. She tries to drive into the hoop, kicks it out to Vandana. Vandana for a jumper, couldn't make it. Divyani is there to pick up the rebound and draws a foul in the process. That's the first foul that the Pune Panthers have conceded now. And Divyani will go to the free throw line with an opportunity to score one and open scores for the Stars. Divyani misses that one, and hustling there for the defense are Priya Sharma and Durga. Durga this time spots up for a jumper and she makes it. That's 2 points for Pune Panthers. They have a 3-point lead yet to score. Steffi, and a floor violation has been called. Traveling. Durga. And makes one. And one for Durga. She's put up solid numbers and given great performance for her team ever since round one. Vandana Arya for a 2. Not able to make it. Smriti hustles for the ball for the Panthers. Smriti gives it back to Durga. Durga once again spots up for a 2. In and out, and Smriti is there to pick up the rebound. Misses the first attempt. That this time the ball has been stolen and again taken back. That's a nice assist by Smriti to Priya. Priya sinks that one, adding another point. Steffi being hustled under the board by Priya Sharma. Pune Panthers have a 6-point lead, and Kochi Stars are struggling to put up their points on the board. 7:43 on the clock, and they are yet to score. Steffi sinks that. The first point for the Stars on the board. This time Durga will split the defense and kick it out to Smriti. Smriti once again in traffic gives it out to Priya Sharma, and she goes in and sinks that layup. Vandana Arya misses that. Steffi is there to pick it up and put it off the glass. The second point for the Stars. 5-point deficit is what they're staring at. Durga to Smriti, turns around. Nice one. Banks the shot in. Smriti. Durga for a 2. Sinks it. That's 10 points for the Panthers. Divyani gives it out to Vandana. Vandana drops it to Steffi. Steffi with a nice turnaround jumper. She makes it. Durga all the way to the hoop but unable to finish. Divyani with the rebound and will Rotate and make sure that Steffi gets the ball where she likes it, and making best use of it is Steffi, the Albatross Nixon, with the 4th point. Smriti Radhakrishnan takes it inside, hesitates, and makes sure she finds the opening to put one up and sink it. Durga and Divyani get into a hustle with the ball. Stepping back and attempting a 2, that's Durga. She chases down, gets a rebound, and a sweet assist there by Durga to Priya Sharma, who gets a point for her team. Steffi puts one back up off the glass she was hoping to get, and one there that wasn't possible. Smriti Radhakrishnan kicks it out. It's an air ball. Down by 7, 6 minutes 4 on the clock. Kochi Stars will have to figure out how they can crawl their way back into this game. Steffi turns around, misses it. Priya Sharma pulls down the rebound. Durga will take it all the way to the hoop. A layup. It's the second layup that she's missing. Steffi back to Divyani. And that was Smriti Radhakrishnan who concedes a foul. Pune Panthers have picked up their 3rd foul. Divyani pulls up and spots up for a jumper. In and out it goes. Nisha Kashyap with the rebound. Drops it to Priya. To Smriti, but the pass has just too much juice on it. Ball is out of bounds. Divyani spots up, pulls up for a jumper, and she sinks that. That's a 6 point for the Stars. 6 points behind. Smriti with the ball this time gets fouled, and that's on Divyani. Kochi Stars pick up their 2nd foul. Smriti spins one way and the other, tries to put up a layup, but she couldn't make it. Divyani for a 2, and she sinks it. That's Kochi Stars have picked up their 8th point, and they trail by just 4. Could swing any which way. There's been a bit of a drought for the Panthers. They haven't scored in over a minute and a half or 2. But Kochi Stars have used that time to keep adding nearly 3 to 4 points on the scoreboard for themselves. They've done pretty well. And Divyani Gangwal off the glass, adding another one. This is exactly what we are talking about. They seem like they have a momentum on their side. Durga for a 2, misses it. Steffi pulls down the rebound. The Albatross now with the ball, but she's fouled in the process, and the foul has been conceded by Priya Sharma of the Panthers. Divyani, it's an air ball. Durga with the jumper. And that's a 13th point that's come up after quite a few minutes, in fact. And Steffi is the one who has a light finger roll there and adding the 10th point. They have come back into the game is what I would say. Durga sidesteps, great shot selection, completes it neatly and deftly. Vandana Arya drops it to Steffi. Steffi overloaded. Four minutes on the clock. Panthers have picked up 14 points. Kochi Stars trail by 4. Divyani sinks it. That's 12 points for Kochi Stars. Divyani has been adding points considerably for her team and adding so much value. And this is one of those games where she's chipping in very generously with the points. Pulls up, steps back, attempts it, but no. Durga with the rebound. Durga this time open to take a 2. Unable to make it. Steffi pulls down the rebound, gives it to Vandana Arya. Vandana hesitating to take a 2, but this time Vandana hesitation paid off and she sank that one. Leveling scores 14 all. Trailing, coming back from a 7-point deficit and catching up with the Pune Panthers. The Kochi Stars are finally finding their groove. And dropping it inside to Priya Sharma, who sinks one off the glass. That's Durga Dharmadhikari with the steal. Quick one there, but Priya misses that opportunity. Once again, there's a hustle under. Divyani is quick to make sure that Durga doesn't have an easy opportunity with the ball. Pune Panthers have a 1-point lead, which came off an assist from Durga and sunk in by Priya. Divyani misses that one. 3 minutes 10 on the clock. 5 fouls is what the Panthers have conceded, and the next foul will make sure that they get into foul trouble, and they're pretty close. Kochi Stars have conceded only 2 fouls. Nisha Kashyap had the ball only for a brief instant. Vandana Arya was there to take it away and gives it to Steffi. Steffi who sinks it very comfortably, 15 all. Durga for a 2. Divyani back to Steffi. Steffi attempts a 2 and she sinks as well. 17 points apiece. It's interesting to see how that scoring lull in Pune Panthers game for about 3 minutes or so, and the Kochi Stars gaining their momentum in that exact moment made them crawl their way back into this game and level scores. And that is Nisha Kashyap, one off the glass, 18 points. And that's Divyani who misses that one. Durga with the ball for the Pune Panthers, and she lets another one fly, but this one won't go. And this is Steffi with the ball, hustled there by Priya Sharma. She concedes a foul, so it is going to be one free throw for the Kochi Stars. Steffi will go to the free throw line. managed to get up and pick up that ball. That's Priya Sharma. A little late pass there. She attempts a jumper and gets another point for the Panthers. The Panthers are now up by 2. Nisha to Smriti. Smriti tries to drive in and pick up the 20th point, but that's no good because making sure that wasn't easy is Steffi, who pulls down the rebound, gives it out to Divyani. Divyani for a 2. Vandana Arya is there to pick it up and try to put one back up, but Smriti hustles for the ball, gets a rebound and kicks it out to Nisha Kashyap, and even though that won't go, they still retain possession of the ball. Smriti draws a foul. Pune Panthers ball. Durga all the way to the hoop. Sinks it. That's a 20th point for the Panthers. Divyani for a 2 and she makes it still within striking distance. A minute and 12 remaining on the clock. The Panthers need just one to ice the game, and this time Kochi Stars make sure they finish the game, and what a finish, coming back from behind and pulling off a stupendous victory here. That is a Kochi Stars riding on the shoulders of Divyani Gangwal to pick up their first win in their first foray in round 5. You are watching 3x3BL's Women's League 2022. Today is round 5 and that's a rousing start. What a finish. Divyani Gangwal has been such a trooper for her team, chipping in very generously with all those points on the scoreboard, and picking up that game winner was unbelievable. They are going very comfortably into the next league game with the having picked a victory in the first one. So the pressure is a little bit off them. And they have the Coimbatore Spunkies and Pune Panthers in their pool, while the pool B consists of Delhi Divas, Jaipur Regals and Ludhiana Queens. Next game will be played between Delhi Divas and Jaipur Regals. And the final score reached 21-20 in favor of Kochi, who picked up their first win. Pune Panthers have a tough job up ahead because they have to win the next game. Now let's go over to Rishi. He's ready to welcome the next two teams, which the games are going to be played between Delhi Divas and Jaipur Regals.
Now that is called an opening game for the Women's League in round number 5 at 3BL Season 3. For all of you who've just joined in, let me tell you that Pune Panthers was leading by a margin, but the defending champs team, Kochi Stars, gave them a tough time and they won the game by 1 point. And that exactly what happens here at 3BL on this court, where you get all the action and all the drama needed for this sport. Well, moving along, let's begin the game number 2 for women's round number 5 here at 3BL Season 3. And without wasting any time, let me call the team that has given us amazing shots and amazing games and memories to take back. Put your hands together and please welcome the runners-up from last round, Team Delhi Divas. Team Delhi Divas, definitely a perfect combination of a pro team and championship. And it is time to invite the team that is playing game number 2 against Team Delhi Divas in Women's League round number 5. Put your hands together and please welcome the girls in pink, Team Jaipur Regals. Team Jaipur Regals definitely should be pumped up and looking for a win if they want to climb up on the points table. It is toss time, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, girls. Good luck. Who's calling? Delhi Divas calls for heads. Tails it is. Jaipur Eagles win the toss in the game number 2. Will take the ball. Aparna, take it away.
Thank you very much, Rishi. And Delhi Divas, having picked up 2 victories already, will be trying to notch up a third one here. Delhi Divas represented by number 15 Kushi Alawat, number 10 Ishika Chowdhury, number 6 Raspreet the Fox Sidhu, and number 3 Tavleen Kaur Bandal, who managed to re-injure her ankle in the last round, but this time hopefully she's stronger. Jaipur Regals being represented by number 10 Lekana Hegde. Number 7, Yeri Sangma is not there. Instead, we have Nishita Dadich wearing number 8 and Shaili Upadhyay wearing number 9. And we have, of course, the most experienced number 15, Anita, the annihilator, Paul Durek, who will be stepping in for the Jaipur Regals. Delhi Divas have played very well so far in all the previous 4 rounds, having picked up 2 titles and one runners-up check. And today they will be trying to avenge the loss that they suffered in the hands of Kochi Stars in the previous round. That's where they picked up the runners-up check. You can see the floor leader that Raspreet is, and she is conducting her team so well. And the players are also responding very well to her leadership. This is a hallmark of a true leader, when the players also start responding. They've been together, having their meals together, ensuring they hang out together, and they have formed a bond on and off the court, which is exemplary, because that's a lot of times that's what is needed to make sure the game is smooth and flowing on the court. And that is Shaili, giving it to Lekna. Lekna back to Shaili. And stolen there, that is Raspreet Sidhu with sticky hands. Raspreet all the way to the hoop, almost unchallenged. Even though there was some traffic, she managed to navigate quite comfortably. And Lekna with one. Ishika spotting up. She couldn't make it. Shaili has the ball for the Regals. Lekna misses it. Ishika pulls down the rebound. They have Ishika, Kushi and Raspreet on the floor. And the Regals have Shaili, Anita and Lekna. Kushi this time, too high off the glass. Second opportunity, not good. That's incredible that she managed to miss those attempts over there, but it just happens sometimes. And Raspreet in traffic, a difficult shot with Lekna challenging her, did manage to sink it. And the Divas have picked up an extra point over there, and will have an opportunity to add another. It's and one for Raspreet Sidhu. Seems like the point was denied, but she did manage to get the free throw, giving them a 1-point advantage. Anita to the hoop. Misses it. Kushi is there to pick up the rebound and give it back to Raspreet. And Anita is there to get a piece of it. Tavleen checks in for Ishika. And Ishika checks back in for Kushi. 8:42 on the clock. Raspreet makes that one. Nice layup there. Simple. Third point for the Delhi Divas. Ishika managed to thwart it. And it's Delhi ball. Raspreet all the way to the hoop. And that's another point, almost unchecked. Raspreet is on a scoring spree. Shyly kicks it out to Anita. Anita fumbling with the ball but tries to drop it inside Lekna. But that was not an accurate pass. Ishika was there to pick it up. Ball rebounded by Tavleen. Tavleen out to Raspreet. Raspreet spots up for a jumper. Doesn't make it, but Nishita has the rebound. Shyly back again to Anita. Anita for a 2. Tavleen turns around and makes a simple jumper, giving the Delhi Divas a 5th point. The Regals are struggling to put up points on the board. Almost losing it. Oh yes, she did lose it, but Nishita was there to make sure that she saved it. Anita's jumper is no good. Anita not finding her shooting touch, and that's going to be a problem for the Regals if they don't start scoring soon enough. Raspreet has drawn a foul and she will go to the free throw line. Delhi Divas are up by 4 and Raspreet has an opportunity to take it up by another. She misses that one, but Kushi is there to pull down the rebound for her team. And Raspreet once again with the ball unchallenged beyond the arc. And she sinks it. That's 7 points for Delhi Divas. 7:18 on the clock. Regals have just one. And Lekna tries hard to sink a couple, but that's not on. Ball is out of bounds. Shyly back to Nishita. She gets it back shyly. That's an air ball. Ball is out of bounds. It's going to be Delhi ball now. And that is Ishika forcing her way in. Lekna pulls down the rebound, gives it back to Anita. Anita gives it to Shyly. Shyly takes it inside, gives it back to Anita. Anita attempting a 2. This is an air ball. Raspreet checks back in for Ishika. And that is a timeout. Delhi Divas are comfortably up by 6 at this point in time, and Jaipur Regals are not in any hurry to catch up. They're just struggling to do anything that is required of them to keep adding those points up on the board. Reticent to attempt shots. Tavleen to Raspreet. Raspreet spots up, pulls up for a jumper. A little too short. Shyly to Lekna. Man out of bounds, so it is going to be Delhi Divas ball. Ishika, Tavleen out to Raspreet. Raspreet all the way to the hoop, doesn't make it. Shaili drops it to Lekna. Still not able to make it. They're struggling so hard and so much to put up those points after the initial point that came. They haven't been able to do anything after. Ishika misses that. Ishika manages to pick up the rebound. Drops it to Kushi. Raspreet checks in for Kushi. This is very, very low scoring. Shaili. Shaili drops it inside to Nishita. Nishita off the glass. And finally, the second point for the Regals come. Hopefully, that has ended the drought that they're facing, the scoring drought. Tavleen turns around in traffic and sinks one. Good hustler there. Shaili unable to sink that. Ishika back with the ball and she will spot up for a 2 for Delhi. And Lekna pulls down the rebound for Jaipur Regals. Out to Shaili. Shaili, hesitation, moves. Back again to Lekna. Lekna missing the jumper. Nishita was there to pick up the rebound. Turn, spins off the glass but way off target. Raspreet gives it to Tavleen. Tavleen for a jumper and nothing but net for Tavleen, adding their 9th point to the scoreboard. That's Tavleen Kaur Bandal for Delhi Divas. 4 minutes 42 on the clock. And that's an air ball. Kushi steps in for Tavleen. Kushi. Off the glass. She makes one. The 10th point for the Divas has just come up thanks to Kushi's turnaround jumper. Nishita tries to back up into Raspreet and sink one. The shot will count, so that's the 3rd point for the Regals, trailing by 7. This time Ishika is left almost free. She takes it closer to the hoop, but Shaili picks up the rebound for the Regals and gives it to Anita. Anita for a 2. And she sinks it. That's 5 points for the Regals. Is this the moment that they're looking for? A break? We'll have to wait and see if they can retain this momentum and claw themselves back into the game. A 5-point deficit is what they're staring at. 3 minutes 44 on the clock. But that's a jumper from Raspreet that didn't quite go in. This time Anita out to Shaili. Shaili, instead of attempting, takes it to the hoop and she makes one. That's a 6th point for the Regals. All of a sudden, they look like they've woken up. And that is a tough one for Raspreet. She sank it off the glass. A bank shot. And it's also going to be an and one because she drew a foul. An opportunity to make it 11 points for the Divas. And now it's a timeout. Raspreet will attempt that free throw. And that's a 12th point for the Delhi Divas. Anita to Lekna. Lekna with the jumper couldn't make it. A mid-range one, but Kushi pulls down the rebound, gives it back to Raspreet. Raspreet for a 2. And Tavleen is there to pull down the rebound and kicks it out to Kushi. Kushi for a jumper, and she makes it. That's a 13th point for the Divas. Ball is out of bounds. Tavleen missing it. Lekna pulls down the rebound, gives it out to Shaili. Shaili fakes, takes it in. Another fake there and gives it out to Lekna. Lekna for Anita. Anita missing that one. Kushi pulls down the rebound. And Raspreet this time tries to reset the play. No, she will take it inside, kicks it out to Tavleen. Tavleen for a mid-range jumper, and she sinks it. That's a 14 point for the Divas. They're up by 8 points. The ball is out of bounds. Raspreet in the middle of things there, getting a little emotional, but no, she realizes, hey, it is going my way after all, and that for you is the passion with which Raspreet Sidhu plays this game. 3x3 is everything that it should be. Total excitement, a wholesome package. And that's Ishika with a clean jumper there. Another point for them. And spinning and turning, yet gives it out to Shaili. Shaili with the dish to Nishita, and Nishita sinks that 7th point, and having drawn a foul, she will go to the free throw line to make it an and one. Misses that one. Ishika has the ball, 2 minutes 9 on the clock. She will drop it inside, but Nishita made sure that she had a piece of that. Ball is out of bounds. Ishika pulls up for a jumper and sinks it. One more point for the Divas. She has a steal once again and kicks it to the open man, and Kushi, a great dish to her. 17 on the board for the Divas. A 10-point difference is what the Regals are looking at. Anita Poldure for a tough shot there, couldn't make it. Gets it back, puts it up, and she sinks one. That's the 8th point for the Regals. They're still down by 9. Ishika to Tavleen. Tavleen gets the best of a friendly rim and puts up the 18th point for them. Anita spins, moves, not able to make that bank shot. Ishika out to Tavleen. Tavleen misses that, gives it to Kushi. Kushi tries to close the... Yes, she does. And Kushi makes up for it and sinks that one. 19 points to Kushi. And that's a foul. Lekna Hegde attempts that, draws a foul in the process. Delhi Divas have 19 and the Regals are down by 11 points. That's not something that they can overcome in this game so far, because there is only 55 seconds on the clock. This game is done and dusted in favor of the Delhi Divas. Delhi Divas are poised to pick up their first win going into the second game of the league, looking very, very comfortable. They have played like the champions that they are. Raspreet to Kushi. Kushi misses that one. Lekna pulls down the rebound, but ball is out of bounds, and Ishika had something to do with that. 43 seconds on the clock. Anita drops it inside to Lekna. Lekna struggles to hold it. A little too deep the pass was. Ball went out of bounds. It's going to be Delhi ball. 10-point deficit. Raspreet spotting up for a 2. 24 seconds on the clock. Lekna Anita drops it inside to Lekna. Lekna in traffic, turns around and sinks that one, fetching them the 10th point. Too little, too late. Ishika tries to ice this game. And Raspreet will have that opportunity now, but she's not able to make it with 3 seconds on the clock. Anita with the ball, and that is going to be the final buzzer. That is what it is. 19-10 in favor of the Delhi Divas. Let's go over to Rishi. He's ready to interview Ishika from Delhi.
We've just witnessed a game which went down the wire. Nobody reached 21 points at the end of 10 minutes, but we had a winner, and that is Delhi Divas, who's taken this game away from Jaipur Eagles, and I have Ishika with me. Ishika, first of all, congratulations on winning that game. Coming out of the last round as runners-up and, you know, transforming into winning the first game that you're playing for round number 5. How do you feel about that?
Last round was a tough loss for us. Kochi is a great team, but it's a new day, it's a new round, and we are here to win this round. So yeah, that's all.
Well, your confidence has always been boosting up. You know, as they say, you never win a silver, you always lose a gold. But there's a lot at stake here as we are progressing towards the end of the league. Now, this round's obviously very, very important. You've had a game which you've won. What is the strategy to end up winning this round and snatching the championship title back?
The strategy for us has always been defense, and that is what lagged in the last round for us too. So that's all we're focusing on.
All right, and I think getting 21 points also, when you don't get 21 points but you still win, is the satisfaction equivalent to the 21 or you're just happy with winning?
No, of course, winning is important, but it's just, we're not focusing as much on the points, we're just focusing on how we play the game, and we just get there. Adibar, we don't even know that, we've reached 21 already.
Well, that's true. I love the way you play. Congratulations and good luck for the rest of the day. Ishika, one of the shortest player, but so smooth, so good on the court. Let's see what happens in the coming game.
And the next game is going to be played between Coimbatore Spunkies and Pune Panthers. Pune Panthers conceded a very, very close loss in the first game to Kochi Stars, and they will be raring to pick up their first win. And on the contrary, Coimbatore Spunkies coming off with fresh legs. We'll see if they can notch up a first victory for them in their first foray itself in round 5. To make things easier for them as they go into the second game. But the Pune Panthers are waiting and ready, making sure that that may not happen. Let's go over to Rishi. He's ready to welcome the teams.
Well, it's time to get on the next teams for playing the round number 5 in Women's League here at 3BL Season 3. For all of you who just watching us live and just joined in on our 3XA YouTube channel, I welcome all of you. We've finished 2 games for Women's League round number 5 and it is round for match number 3. Let's bring out the teams without wasting any time. Both the teams are really good at what they do, and that is the reason they're a part of 3BL. But one of the team has lost a game earlier today, and one of them are playing the game number 1 for themselves in this round. Let's bring out team Coimbatore Spunkies. Team Coimbatore Spunkies is all fresh with a good break and playing their first game right now, and playing against Coimbatore Spunkies in their first game is a team that has already played a game and unfortunately couldn't go to the win. Please put your hands together and welcome team Pune Panthers. Now, Pune Panthers in the previous game did not lose by a huge margin. They lost just by a point. So they know everything was just about right and just a little thing to make things all right and get a win. Let's see what happens though. It's toss time between the two teams. Good luck. Who's calling? Coimbatore Spunkies called for heads. Tails it is. Pune Panthers win the toss and hopefully they should win the game. Aparna, take it further.
Thank you very much, Rishi. Coimbatore Spunkies going up against Pune Panthers. 2 old friends meet as foes on the court. That is Geetu and Smriti. But the Coimbatore Spunkies will be represented by number 9, Abalad, number 14, Geeta Anna Rahul, number 13, Hemangani Gamit, and number 7, Srividya Surya Shekhar. Going up against them are the Pune Panthers, Durga Dharmadikari wearing jersey number 15 and Smriti Radhakrishnan wearing jersey number 4. Priya Sharma wearing jersey number 10 and Nisha Kashyap wearing jersey number 11. And the Pune Panthers, smarting after that first game loss to Kochi Stars, will be looking to bring some and power pack game here and make sure they take this away from the Spunkies, because this is a must-win game for the Pune Panthers and the Panthers will be looking very hungry. So the Spunkies have to play with a lot of spunk if they have to pull off a first game victory here and make sure they go into the second game looking a bit relaxed and more comfortable. And if they manage to pull off a victory now, then the Spunkies have assured themselves of a place in the semi-final. Durga Dharmadikari launches it too and won't go in. Srividya drops it inside to Geetu. Geetu challenged inside by Priya Kashyap, who is playing a little wary because she doesn't want to concede those early fouls. And that's how it should be. Durga tries to find a way to the hoop. That was not a great shot selection there. Geetu tips it off to Srividya. She couldn't make it. Nisha Kashyap finds the open man in Priya, and Priya with the jump shot, she makes it. Aba back to Geet. Srividya and Geetu missed that one from close, and Priya Kashyap this time. But Geetu seems to be a little injured. It seems to be her left knee that is niggling, and she will be hoping to switch out and have Hemangani Gamit come in. Pune Panthers have 3 points already. Abalad, Hemangani and Spunkies. It's going to be small ball this time and a better matchup hopefully. Hemangani to Srividya Surya Shekhar. Srividya for a 2. Misses that one, and the rebound pulled down by ball out of bounds. The rebound was pulled down by Nisha, but since it is out of bounds, it is going to be Spunky's ball. Tries to take it to the hoop and dishes it out to Aba. Aba for a jumper couldn't make it, and that was Nisha Kashyap with the rebound. Gives it to Durga. Durga all the way to the basket and sinks one off the glass. That is a 4th point for the Panthers. Spunkies are yet to score, and this time it is Hemangani Gamit who draws a foul there and will go to the free throw line for the Spunkies. Hemangani. Abba with the rebound. Smriti pushes the ball outside, so it continues to be Spunky's ball, except that they will have to launch a shot within 8 seconds or they will go into shot clock violation. No danger there, and Srividya with a tough attempt. Challenged by Priya Sharma, couldn't make it. Durga with the ball for the Panthers. Rebound pulled down by Hemangani. Hemangani will kick it out to Srividya to Abba. Abba spots up for a 2. Doesn't make it. The ball is out of bounds. It's going to be Panthers' ball now. Geetu checks back into the game and Abba will sit out for a bit. Spinning in and dropping it out to Priya. Priya for a jumper, unchallenged but couldn't make it. Smriti Radhakrishnan is inside and this time she misses one that Durga attempts to put back and draws a foul in the process. So that's Durga who will go to the free throw line and an opportunity to add one more to the points total. Durga misses that. Rebound pulled down by Priya Sharma, who does draw a foul. So it is going to be and one for Priya Sharma. The Spunkies are yet to open scores. Struggling to put up those points early on in the board. 7:52 on the clock. Priya Sharma misses that. Hemangani this time tries to take it all the way to the hoop, but she has Priya on toe and Geetu is free and she doesn't make it. Right into the hands of Abalad. That was Durga's missed pass there. Hemangani spots up for a 2. No way, not enough juice on it. Hemangani. Srividya comes in place of Geetu. Geetu not looking comfortable. Durga spins inside, puts up a jumper. Priya attempts one, but Abba got a piece of that. So a foul has been called and Priya goes to the free throw line with an attempt to make one free throw. The Panthers pull down the rebound. Smriti steps back out, misses that, and Priya Sharma puts one back, adding another point, making it 6-0. Abalad to Srividya, completely off target. Priya Sharma picks up the rebound, puts it back inside. That's a 7th point for the Panthers. Smriti Radhakrishnan ensures that she picks Abalad's pockets there, finds the open man in Priya. Priya, second attempt, third attempt, oh my God, and manages to get it off her teammate's hands. This is one of those situations where you have a brain freeze moment and don't sink those and manage to send the ball scuttling away from your own teammate's hands. And she's amused herself with the sequence of events there. Right now, she has enough to smile because the Spunkies haven't even notched up 1 point on the scoreboard for themselves, but these are mistakes that they could avoid doing because it sets a bad precedent. Sometimes it's like a tumbleweed effect. Pick up all the debris and put them in a spot and a pickle where they don't want to be. 6:39 on the clock. Geetu. Finally, the first point for the Spunkies are up on the board. Durga spots up for a 2, but Abba Lad had a piece of that blocked there. Abba drops it back to Geetu. Geetu turns around. Another opportunity for her. She makes it. The second point comes quickly for the Spunkies as well. Can they use this and crawl back in? We'll have to see. But Durga with a jumper and unable to sink it. Abba spots up, pulls up for a jumper. In and out. Smriti has the rebound for the Panthers. Drops it inside to Priya. And Priya manages to sink one with shall I go, won't I go kind of shot. Panthers once again. And this time it's Smriti Radhakrishnan with the jumper. Geetu with one. That's 3 points for the Spunkies. And the Panthers have 10 thanks to Smriti's 2. Abba. Priya Sharma out to Smriti. Smriti kicks it out to the open man, and that's an open jumper. The look that she missed. Back to Durga. Durga for a 2. Rebounded by Abba. Abba out to Srividya. Srividya drops it inside to Geetu. Geetu wasn't ready for it. Priya Sharma made sure she picked her pockets before Geetu could get it. Kicks it out to Durga, who sinks a 2 for her team. They have 12 now. Geetu backs in, double team, but yet she sinks that one. That's a 4th point for the Spunkies, and all 4 have come off Geetu's hands inside the paint. And this is Abalad with the steal, who gives it out to Srividya. Srividya for a 2. Air ball. .429 on the clock, and trailing by 8 are the Spunkies. They have conceded 3 fouls. Hemangani to Geetu. Geetu turns around off the glass. One more. 5 points for the Spunkies. Priya ensured that she tapped it out and made sure her teammates got it. This time Durga gives a nice assist there with a bounce pass to open man Priya, who sinks that. Gives her team the 13th point, and Srividya inside takes it. Hemangani high off the glass sinks that one to give them their 6th point. Spinning, turning, Hemangani strips her off the ball, but still Durga manages to keep possession. Picks up her own rebound, gives it out to open man Durga, who puts one up and gets a point. Srividya Suryashekhar for a 2. She couldn't make it. That's Priya Sharma with the ball and attempts a 2. Nisha is there to pick up the rebound, brings it out, spots up, gives it to Priya, who's cutting. Priya with the fake goes the other way and off the glass. An easy one for her. That's a 15th point for the Panthers. Hemangani drops it to Geetu. Geetu turns around and a nice touch there, sinks it, and one for Geetu. So that's a 7th point, and an opportunity to sink another comes by the way of the Spunkies. And that's a timeout. 3 minutes 19 on the clock. They trail by 8 points, having conceded 3 fouls versus Pune Panthers, who've conceded 2. Geetu sinks one more. 8th point for them. Durga misses it and ball is out of bounds. Durga all the way to the hoop, but she has Abalat on the trail. To the free throw line, that is Durga Dharmadikari of Pune Panthers. Sinks it. 16th point for the Panthers. Hemangani to Abba. Abba drops it to Gitu. Gitu off the glass, couldn't make it. Durga is there to pick it up. All the way to the hoop, missing it. Gitu pulls down the rebound, gives it back to Abba. Abba to Hemangani. Hemangani open for a two, and she is not able to make it right into the hands of Gitu. Gitu misses that opportunity, and Nisha Kashyap is quick to take advantage of that and bring it out for her team. Durga couldn't sink it, but draws a foul instead. 2 minutes 29 on the clock. Pune Panthers looking good with 8 points lead, and Coimbatore Spunkies have just lost the services of Gitu, who will sit out for a bit. Almost all of the points on the Spunky scoreboard has come from Geeta Anna Rahul, and now with her outside, they should try to take the ball inside and pick up those singles or at least twos, because the floor is opened up a bit more, and an opportunity to drive in will be a little better for the Spunkies. But the defense of the Panthers has been fairly good so far, and they ensured that they have hustled on every play. Smriti Radhakrishnan has come in place of Nisha, and that is one more point for the Spunkies, coming off a jumper from Abalad. Dropping it inside to Durga, the scoop shot off the glass, and she fetches one more to the Panthers. They have 18. Hemangani splits the defense, takes it to the hoop. Priya is there to bring down that rebound and kicks it out to Durga. Durga couldn't make it. Ball is out of bounds. 1 minute 51 on the clock. Checking back in is Gitu. Hemangani will sit out for a bit. The Spunkies adding points onto the scoreboard. That is Abba with the 2, and the Pink Panthers have put up 2 more of their own as well, and all they need is just 1 more point to complete this, and that's where the 1 point is going to come, and that is Priya Sharma, who makes sure that she puts in the last nail on the coffin. Coimbatore Spunkies have lost their first game, and the pressure is on them to win the second game to see if they can stay alive. But the points that they have put up on the board right now, which is 11, may not be sufficient, considering the Kochi Stars have a 1 win, and the Pune Panthers put up 20 points on the scoreboard in their first game, and now of course they have 21. So the Coimbatore Spunkies are definitely not looking like they are on good wickets so far. They have to pull off a solid victory against the Kochi Stars to ensure that they can stay alive, but the possibilities seem a little less. And the final score is that the Pune Panthers have dished out the first loss to the Coimbatore Spunkies, 21-11. Let's go over to Rishi. He has Smriti Radhakrishnan with him.
Now finally, you know what? Pune Panthers came out with a win, and that was with a margin. And before I go ahead, I want to introduce Smriti to all of you, and I want to ask you this. how important it is to keep your eye on the scoreboard while you're playing?
Very important because कोची के साथ जो मैच हुआ था तो जो गेम के घोष में तो हम स्कोर देखने भूल गए थे ये वजह से तो हम हारे हैं I know this is
But 2021 पे हारना is not actually that, but that 1 point matters. अब this is the 5th round and there's a lot at stake. तो अब जो ये win मिला है, ये marginal win मिला है, this is a very positive win. इसको आप semis में convert कैसे करोगे to go in smoothly, because आगे semifinals में you're going to be facing थोड़े से tough games.
Yeah, of course. यही तो हमारा टीम से डिस्कस करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि हर एक प्लेयर इम्पोर्टेंट है हर एक प्लेयर का जो कुछ करना है डिफेंस ऑफेंस रिबाउंड एवरीथिंग इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट सो नेक्स्ट राउंड में तो कोई भी टीम आ जाओ बहुत टफ ही आने वाला है तो हमको तो एकदम 100% देके ही खेलना पड़ेगा.
All right, I hope your team is ready to roar and we're waiting for you to clinch the title. Good luck and all the best. That was Smruti from Pune Panthers. They have won a nice win with a good amount of margin points. They should be in the semifinals, but let's see what happens. We'll see you after a short break.
It all started with a group of boys playing basketball. It all started with the passion they had for basketball. It all started with Mr. Rohit Bakshi wanted to do something for the country, wanted to do something for the kids who love sports but they don't have a platform to perform it for a longer run. So the vision started of making children play such a game which could make you a better human being, and it does physically and mentally. Seeing the talent in all parts of India, like be it south, be it north, when we saw that there is a talent but we are not aware of it and there is much more than we think of, much more than we know of. I think bringing a sport like basketball is anyways a tough job, and bringing up a league and getting everybody together makes it much more difficult. Basketball is played more by boys, so it started with boys league. It didn't start with women's. Women's was introduced last season and this is the second season for Women's League. Initially we didn't have that much support we thought we would have, introducing something, telling what it is and then convincing them, then help our country, help our generation, help our kids. Joining hands with a private organization, doing anything like that, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of convincing. So that is a second milestone we achieved, getting that government or bodies along with us. So first thing was that it was a new sport, nobody was aware of it, that was a big challenge, and today when we talk to people about game, they only know like 5-on-5, there are so many of them. We had to start with what is 3x3 and how it's played. So that's the first challenge we had to overcome, that create awareness about 3x3. 3 words that come to my mind would be quick, entertaining and fast.
It was really hard. 2 years of COVID really made a lot of things difficult. But at the same time, it gave us a lot of time to plan. So we planned, we found what we shouldn't do, and then all the mistakes that we have made. So we took our time, we planned it really well. And now we are here in Chandigarh with our perfect setup. We started Women's League in 2019, and the purpose of starting was again take India to Olympic. Men's have a different ranking system, women's have a different ranking system, and to take India on Olympic, women's, because there is no such a league in basketball, even the 3x3 for women, I realized back in 2018 that there is a lot of opportunity for women. So that's why we have a league and grow the number of teams. So in next season, we will have 12 women's team. The difference between 3x3 and 5-on-5 is there are a lot of differences, such as, let me start with the timing. So in 3x3, we only have 10 minutes. In 5-on-5 is a 40 minutes game. In 5-on-5, they use 7 size ball, whereas in 3x3, we use 6 size ball with a 7 size weight. This actually makes a player to dribble better because of the grip, shoot better, pass better. Because of that, game is more engaging, there's a more score happening, so it becomes more entertaining. And 3x3 has a knockout. So the rule is either 10 minutes or 21 points, whichever comes first. And by the end of 10 minutes, whoever has the highest score wins, or 21 points under 10 minutes. And 3x3 does not have a personal foul compared to 5-on-5, but it has a team fouls. So in reality, in 3x3, you could foul as much as you want, but obviously that becomes a team's problem, not an individual problem. So you won't get eliminated by fouling too much. And as a player who has played both format, I realize everything that you do in 3x3 is a lot faster than 5-on-5. Starting with the playing, even with a refereeship, and also the camera work. So the structure is, in the men's team, we have 12 teams in men's. We have divided into two groups of Conference A and Conference B. Now, day 1 is a Conference A, day 2 is a Conference B. Each conference is divided in 6 teams, and the 6 teams are divided into 2 groups of 3. They have a league matches, they play within their group, and the top 2 teams go to semi-final and the final. Each round and each conference has a champion. Those are counted as a FIBA points, and as well as we give them a team 3BL points. At the end of round 5, whoever has the highest point and highest ranking will be allocated to round 6, which is our final. The final round is going to be combined of all 12 teams. This would be 3 teams divided into 4 groups, and they will play with each other. Top 2 teams will go to the day 2. Top 8 teams, starting from a quarterfinal, they will play as a knockout. So it will be a league round robin on the day 1 on the final, and the knockout on the day 2. And we'll decide a league champion and a league MVP.
The basketball rules very clearly state that if a player is having the ball in their hands, and if a defensive player strikes the hand of the player who is holding the ball, this is not a foul. So players in their anxiety try to claim for a foul so that they don't want to lose a very crucial possession. I'll repeat this once again. If a player is holding a ball and a defensive player strikes the hand of the player, the palm which is holding the ball, this is not a foul. But players tend to claim a foul because if they have lost possession, they would like to get the ball in their for them, in their favor. The hand checking was definitely there, but then at that time the ball was not in the hands of the player. So this is what a player should be able to judge, at what time the contact occurred, and by that contact whether any advantage situation has been got by their opponents. Players have to play their game naturally. They should try to avoid trying to claim a foul, because like I said, that there are contacts, but every contact cannot be called a foul. So if a player is definitely moving towards the basket, the progression is towards the basket, and there is an obstruction, there is an advantage which is got by the player who is not permitting an opponent, an offensive player with the ball going towards the basket, this will definitely be called a foul. So this is where a player has to be able to identify whether they are right in claiming a foul. I do agree, because every player in their anxiety would like that the decision comes in their favor. But then we as referees, we play a neutral role. We identify those situations which need to be compulsory called as a foul, so that the flow of the game is not interrupted. No team gets an advantage. No player is at a disadvantage. So this is what is the focus on which we will be doing our officiating in the remaining part of the event also.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching 3BL Season 3, and it is Women's League round number 5. We've finished the first 3 games, and it is now time for the rest 3 games. And after that, we will proceed to the semi-finals and the finals of Women's League round number 5. Without wasting any time, it is now time, ladies and gentlemen, to get the teams on for game number 4. And playing the game number 4 with us today, there's one team that's already played a game and hasn't been able to win, and the team that's playing against them will be their first game for round number 5. So without wasting any time, let's call the teams up. Put your hands together and please welcome Team Jaipur Regals. Team Jaipur Regals need to get this so that they can probably get a place to proceed further. And playing against Jaipur Regals in this game, put your hands together and please welcome Team Ludhiana Queens. Team Ludhiana Queens definitely does have everything that it takes to make it to the finals. In fact, each and every team does have that. Let's see what happens in this one. It's going to be battle, and it's toss time for this game. Can I have the captains, please? Good luck. Who's calling? Ludhiana Queens is called for heads. Tails it is. Jaipur Eagles win the toss, and hopefully they should win the game too. Let's see what happens. Aparna, take it back.
Thank you very much, Rishi. Ludhiana Queens facing off against Jaipur Regals, a must-win game for Jaipur Regals. A lot of pressure on them if they want to advance into the semi-final. So we have number 10 won by Lekhna Hegde, number 8 Nishita Dadich, number 9 Shaili Upadhyay, and number 15 Anita Pauldure for the Jaipur Regals. And Ludhiana Queens represented by number 9 Kritika Dhingra, number 94 Kanika Singh Rajawat, number 7 Kavya Singla, and number 4 Priya Goswami. Both teams warming up. First game for the Ludhiana Queens. They will hope to pick up this first win and go into the next round, rather the next game, with the victory on hand, because they will be squaring up against Delhi Divas. You can see the flags flapping, so the wind conditions are pretty harsh. So taking those twos might be a difficult proposition. They may have to go inside and play. And you can also see, even though it is windy, it is hot. So they are pumping out a little moisture through those fans. That's blowing out some humidity because it gets very searingly dry here. The wind condition has been quite an issue on and off, and now it seems like it has picked up. Anita for a 2 on the first attempt. Kavya pulls down the rebound for the Ludhiana Queens and gives it out to Priya Goswami. Kanika, screen set by Kavya. In and out, Lekhna with the rebound. Anita dishes it out to Shaili. Shaili, instead of taking an attempt, goes all the way inside, not able to make it. Priya Goswami with the rebound, brings it out, and she takes it inside, drops it to Kavya Singla, and off the glass, a layup for Kavya, putting up the first point for the Queens. Shaili to Lekhna. Lekhna for a jumper. Kanika to Kavya. Kavya turns around, jump shot, doesn't make it. Anita with the rebound, brings it out, drops it inside to Lekna, but Kavya was there to get a piece of it. Anita is there to save it. Misses a jumper. Priya Goswami, hesitation moves, draws a foul. Kanika spins, goes off the screen. A tough layup there, not able to make it, but Shaili with the rebound for the Regals. Shaili once more, an air ball. Nishita tries to save it. Ball this time with Kanika. Kanika to Priya. Priya drops it to Kavya. Kavya under the board, lays one off the glass. Not good. Nishita hustling under the board. Priya Goswami picks her pockets and puts one off the glass. That's the second point for the Queens. Anita goes all the way inside and shares it out. Anita spotting up for a 2 and she sinks it. The Jaipur Regals have 2 points on the board and the scores are level at this point in time. 8 minutes and 1 second on the clock. Kavya Singla turns a little too short. Kanika challenged there by Nishita, but Kavya manages to put one up off the glass and gets the third point for the Queens. 7 minutes 46 on the clock. Anita with the ball and she drops it deep inside to Lekna, but Kritika was there to make sure it wasn't too easy for her. Lekna once again with the ball. Kavya out to Priya. Priya drops it inside to Kavya, was cutting in and the ball was thwarted by Nishita from behind. This is Priya Goswami for the Queens with the ball. And that's a 3-second violation that's been called. You don't see too many of those, but it does happen. Anita finding Lekna. Lekna tries to drive inside, kicks it out to Shaili. Shaili attempts it too, and this is once again an air ball. Kritika Dhingra. Rebound pulled down by Kavya. Kavya off the glass. That's a 4th point for the Queens, and this time Anita is free and she misses that one. Shaili back to Anita. Anita will try to take it inside and tries to find the open man in Lekna. But Kritika Dhingra was quick. She intercepted that and made sure the ball went out of bounds. Checking out and coming in is Nishita. Anita will check out. Lekna spins, kicks it out to Nishita. Nishita for a jumper, couldn't make it. She was unchallenged there, a mid-range jumper. Kritika hustling defense by Shaili, picks it up, and that's Shaili's first foray onto the floor, which she has a habit of checking out the floor every single time. But this time turns around and sinks one more point for the Queens. Shaili finds Nishita. Kanika has checked in, and Kavya ensures that things are not too easy for either Nishita or Lekna whenever she goes up against them. So she seems to have her hand all over the place and make sure they don't have an easy look. Kritika spots up for a 2 and in and out it goes. Anita Poldore with the ball this time, and she asked for a screen, and the screen been given this time She tries to give it to Lekhna. Lekhna going up against Kanika. Kavya turns around, nothing but net for Kavya, an NBA Academy product. Kavya has been quietly putting up numbers and hustling for her team in the last round and this one. And a tough one made by Kanika for the Queens. Queens have 7 points on the board. And pulling down the rebound is Kavya, giving it out to Kritika. Once more a spin move by Kanika, and Kanika will go to the free throw line. Five minutes 32 on the clock. She sinks it. That's an 8th point for the Queens. Giving it out to Shaili. Shaili back to Anita. Anita on the periphery. Will attempt and sinks that. That's the second 2-pointer coming off from Anita, and the only points on the board for the Regals, the 4. But this time Kavya adds another with a turnaround jumper. She makes it from very close quarters. Shaili. Kritika is quick to bring the ball outside for the Queens and spots up for a 2 of her own. But this time Shaili has the rebound for the Regals. Anita missing it. That's Kanika off the glass, but no good. Kavya once again with the rebound. And this time a jumper, nothing but net for Kritika Dhingra of the Queens at the 10th point for the Queens. Nishita. Contested one by Kavya, but she sinks it and will go to the free throw line for another opportunity. Hopefully she will be able to put up the 6th point on the board. They trail by 5 right now, 4:31 on the clock. Nishita missing that. Kanika with the rebound for the Queens. Priya Goswami. Back to Kanika. Kanika to Kritika. Kritika. Nifty handles, drops it to open man Priya, but that is a shot clock violation. 4:16 on the clock. And checking in for Kanika is Kavya. Anita for another 2. Unable to make it, hits the front of the ring and drops back. 4 minutes 10 on the clock and trailing by 5. The Regals really need to pull themselves back into action and pick up those points on the board, put it up on the board for them. Priya Goswami draws a foul. But no, the foul is not called. Man out of bounds is what it is. So it is going to be Queen's ball. And off the glass, that's 2 points. The Queens have 12 and the Jaipur Regals have 5, trailing by 7, 3 minutes 56 on the clock. 12-5 reads the score line. Well, 11-5 it is. A foul in the process. It's Kavya who will now go to the free throw line with an attempt to make it 12. 3:51 on the clock. Priya Goswami with the ball, but she's been hustled out of bounds. Shaili will take it inside, drops it right into the hands of Priya Goswami, who is waiting to intercept that. Anita. That's too many fumbles to keep track of, but it was a sloppy play by the Regals. And spotting up for the Regals is Kanika. Kanika unable to make it, but Kavya this time has the ball for the Queens. And she puts it up, but no good. Shaili. And Shaili sinks at 2. The points coming up after a long time for the Regals. They now have their 7th point and trail by 4. Priya Goswami off the glass. That's a 12th point for the Queens, and that's a 5-point difference. Ball rebounded by Kanika. Kanika to Priya. Priya will split the defense, go inside, but this time Lekna has the ball. Priya loses the ball, so Lekna for the Regals. Shaili drops it inside to Lekna. Lekna off the glass, not able to make it. Kavya with the rebound, and ball stolen by Lekna. She brings it out and she spots up for a 2. This time the ball is genuinely out of bounds because there's no one there to pick it up. 2 minutes 12 remaining on the clock. Anita missing it. And Nishita is there to pick up the rebound and put it back inside to fetch them their 8th point. Trailing by 4 are the Regals. And Kavya has been fouled, so she will go to the free throw line with an opportunity to sink 1 for her team. And Kavya sinks that one, giving her team 13 points. Anita kicks it out to Shaili. Shaili unchallenged, attempts a 2, hits the front of the ring, and it is out. Minute and 43 remaining. The Queens look like they are going to walk away from this game with the victory because the Regals seem to be struggling so much to put up those points. Very low scoring affair. And that is Kritika Dhingra, who added another to the Queens total with a hook shot from the left. Anita attempting a 2. Still no luck. Kritika drops it to Kavya, gets it back again, but she loses the ball. It is out of bounds. It is going to be Regal's ball. 1 minute 21 remain. Shaili drops it to Lekna. Lekna sinks 1. That's 9 points for the Regals, trailing by 5. Kritika. Ball is out of bounds. It's going to be Regal's ball. Shaili launching a 2, but in and out it goes. Lekhna is unable to hold on to it, so it is going to be Queen's ball. Kritika forcing a shot there. Kavya is there to pull down the rebound, turns around with the jumper, not able to make it. Kritika once again with the ball. Tries to find the open man and Kavya back to Priya for a 2 and she sinks it. That's a 16th point for the Queens. 33.6 seconds on the clock and they have a very comfortable lead and the Regals will look to be eliminated now. Priya Goswami to Kritika. Kritika for a 2, hits the front of the ring. Shaili has the rebound. And Kritika made sure that the ball is out of bounds. And that's 1 for Shaili. The Regals have picked up their 10th point. In reply comes a 2 off a buzzer beater by Ludhiana Queens. That is Kritika Dhingra who added 2 more. So that's 18-10. The Jaipur Regals have been eliminated. They have not been able to play as they would have liked. And that is the first exit we have seen in round 5 now of the Women's League 2022. You're watching 3x3BL's Women's League 2022. BL is India's first and only 3x3 pro basketball league. As you all might know, 3x3 basketball is now an Olympic sport after having made its debut at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. It will feature in the Commonwealth Games of 2022 and will definitely look to feature in Paris 2024 Olympics. It is the fastest growing urban sport in the world. Extremely exciting, packs a punch in 10 minutes. From the street to the Olympics, 3BL is giving the players in India a shot at not just fielding a team but also winning the gold at the Olympics. It will act as a feeder system to the Indian 3x3 basketball teams. So this is a truly exciting season. In the afternoon, we will have round 5 of Conference B coming to you live on Sony Live for men, this is, and also you can watch them all live on 3x3BL's YouTube channel as well as FIBA 3x3 YouTube channel. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, Nivea, which is our apparel partner, Fortis Mohali, our medical partner, Red Bull is our energy drink partner, Wyndham Chandigarh Mohali is our hospitality and venue partner, Boxo Singh Sports Worldwide Private Limited is our name partner, My FM 94.3 is our radio partner, Sony Live is our broadcast partner. And the final score for the Ludhiana Queens and Jaipur Regals is that the Ludhiana Queens pull off a victory with 18 to Jaipur Regals 10. Anmol Preet Kaur, who's not here with her team, will be excited to see the outcome. Now let's go over to Rishi. He has Priya Goswami with her.
What a game that was. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the very, very talented, the very, very young Priya Goswami from Ludhiana Queens. पहले तो बहुत बहुत मुबारक, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस, यू वन द गेम. आप छत्तीसगढ़ से आए हो, आप ट्राईआउट्स के लिए गए थे 3BL के, आपको सिलेक्ट किया गया. आपको कैसा लगा? आपने ऑलरेडी 4 राउंड खेल चुके हैं, आप यहाँ पर इतना टाइम स्पेंड कर चुके हैं, आपको कैसा लग रहा है?
अच्छा लग रहा है वैसे तो मेरे को, लेकिन
खेल के कैसा लग रहा है आपको? यहाँ पर इतने सारे एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर के साथ वक्त बिता के कैसा लग रहा है?
अच्छा लग रहा है, सारे एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर है, मैंने तो पहली बार ही देखा इनको और पहली बार ही खेला, अच्छा लगा, बहुत कुछ सीखने को भी मिला इनसे मुझे तो।
और ऐसा लग नहीं रहा है कि आप पहली बार इनके साथ खेल रहे हो, बिकॉज जो आप टक्कर दे रहे हो अपने टैलेंट और स्किल से वो बहुत बेहतरीन है। आप यहाँ सर कितना कुछ सीख के जाएंगे वो मैं जानना चाहता हूँ।
बहुत कुछ सीख कर जाने वाली हूँ मैं यहाँ से।
और आगे जाकर हम अगली बार भी आपको देखना चाहेंगे, तो आप प्लीज अच्छे से प्रैक्टिस करना। व्हाट इज योर गेम प्लान? अभी अगली गेम के लिए आपका गेम प्लान क्या है?
डिफेंस।
All right, thank you so much. Congratulations. That was Priya Goswami, extremely young, extremely talented. And it is now time for the next game. Let's see what happens.
Will be played between Kochi Stars and Coimbatore Spunkies. Kochi Stars have a win in their first foray today. Coimbatore Spunkies picked up their first loss. So now it is a must-win game for the Spunkies. And they must win by a massive margin if they must try to keep their hopes alive. But that is a tough proposition. We'll have to wait and see because they had a pretty low-scoring affair. Let's go over to Rishi. He's waiting to welcome the teams.
It is time for the game number 5 in women's round number 5. And without wasting any time, let's bring out the defending champions team, Team Kochi Stars. Kochi Stars gave us a super display of what they can do on the court, even if they are trailing in the points on the score sheet, but they ended up winning. Playing against Kochi Stars in this game, put your hands together and please welcome Team Coimbatore Spunkies. Team Coimbatore Spunkies played game number 1. Could not manage to win. Let's see what they do against the defending champions in this game. It's toss time. Can I have the captains for the toss from both the teams? All right, Kochi Stars called for heads. Heads it is. Kochi Stars win the toss. Will take the ball in this one. A lot of experience in this game on this court. Let's see what happens.
And the Kochi Stars will be going up against the Coimbatore Spunkies, looking to pick off their second victory and making sure they go into the semi-finals comfortably. Are number 6, Steffi the Albatross Nixon, number 5, Kanishka Der, who's not here today, number 77, Divyani Gangwal, and number 10, Vandana Arya. Representing the Coimbatore Spunkies are number 9, Abalad, number 14, Geetu Anna Rahul, number 13, Hemangani Gamit, and number 7, Srividya Surya Shekhar. Definitely an uphill task on their hands. The Spunkies have more than their hands full if they have to contain the Kochi Stars, who are the defending champions and probably one of the most consistent teams on the Women's League 2022 so far. So let's see how this pans out. A must-win game for the Spunkies. And that's Divyani Gangwal opening scores for Kochi Stars with a jumper from close range. Geetu with the ball, back Abalad, Abba back to Geetu, and Geetu is unable to sink that one this time. It is Vandana Arya with the ball. Steffi unable to make it. Divyani is there to pick up the rebound. Steffi once more off the glass, and that's the second point for the Kochi Stars. In no hurry at all. They are making sure that they get things done right. Even if it takes them a little time, they're making sure they get there. Pulling down the rebound is the Albatross herself, Steffi. And completely mismatched. That was Abalat, who couldn't stop Steffi on that attempt. That Steffi couldn't make it is a different issue, but this time Geetu Anna Rahul picks up one for her team. Steffi, with Geetu on her, makes that one. The Stars have one more. That is 3-1 is how they lead against the Spunkies. This time Abalad with the jumper makes it. Huge mismatch there in size, and Steffi made sure she used it to her advantage. Srividya Suryashekhar concedes a foul and Steffi goes to the free throw line. Misses that one. Srividya pulls down the rebound, but it was picked out of her hands by Divyani Gangwal. Divyani once more with the ball in her hands, takes it to the hoop, finds Steffi though. I mean, Hemangani Gamit made sure she had her hands on that ball, so it wasn't an attempt. Neither could Steffi hold it. Ball is lost. Abalad with the ball for the Spunkies. Srividya tries to drive inside, take it through the traffic and sinks one. A reverse layup. Very nifty indeed. Well done. But in reply, Kochi Stars have made sure they found Steffi once again. Ball is out of bounds. Kochi have 4 versus Coimbatore Spunkies, who have 3, 8 minutes 11 on the clock. Playing with just 3 people. Kochi are looking understaffed and a little tired, but that's something that they had last round 2. That time they had Kanishka and no Vandana. This time they have Vandana in place of Kanishka. It is going to be a rough day for them because they are going to have to battle it out without the luxury of having a man to give those rotations when needed. But so far so good. It might be a different matter in the semi-final. Abalad losing her balance and takes a tumble. Divyani spots up for a jumper, couldn't make it. Srividya is there to pull down the rebound and give it to Hemangani. Unchallenged Hemangani for a 2. She's not able to make it. Abalad with the rebound, back again to Hemangani. But Divyani made sure she stole it and makes it an assist to Steffi, who got one off the glass. The 6th point for the Regals, for Kochi Stars. Steffi misses that one. Ball with the Spunkies. Divyani chases after it, keeps it safe, gives it to Steffi. Turnaround jumper. That one is good. Abba spins, turns, loses the ball. Steffi picks it up. Divyani back again to Steffi, completely unchallenged. There is no one to stop her or even put up a hurdle there. No resistance whatsoever. She sinks one. This is Srividya Suryashekhar, who finds herself in pretty much the same position and sinks one for her team. Steffi once more. This time she has Srividya, but Srividya concedes the foul. 6:42 remaining. The score deficit is 3 points. The Spunkies trail. And a timeout. Each team has one timeout that they can call, and there are 2 timeouts, TV timeouts in the game. So a total of 4 timeouts in a 10-minute span. 12-second clock for those of you who are not familiar with the 3x3 rules. 6 team fouls, after which the 7th, 8th and 9 will fetch them 2 free throws. A 10th and upwards will fetch them 2 free throws and a ball possession. If perchance the game goes to overtime, the first team to pick up 2 points will win. It is either the team that has the maximum points in 10 minutes or the team that reaches 21 points first wins. we'd like to reiterate that 3BL will be a feeder system to the Indian 3x3 teams, and they have taken this opportunity to provide over 3 seasons a great platform for upcoming talent to showcase and exhibit their skills and move along the hierarchy, give them better opportunities. Abalad missing it. Divyani Gangwal with the ball, drops it inside to Steffi. Steffi challenged by Geetu there. Steffi misses that one. Geetu is there to pick up the rebound, but she loses it, and Srividya Suryashekhar has the ball. Hemangani tries to split the D and takes it inside to the hoop, and she sinks one. A layup of the glass for Hemangani Gamit. Spunkies have 5, and Divyani makes sure she adds a 2 to their kitty, and they have 10. Trailing by 5, the Spunkies have a huge task on hand, like we already said before. Must-win game for them. 5:46 on the clock. Very, very low scoring affair so far. Ball is out of bounds. Divyani tries to find the open man, but Geetu had a piece of that, and Srividya Suryashekhar made sure she got the ball. And this time it is Vandana Arya who had the rebound. Man out of bounds. So it is going to be Coimbatore Spunky's ball. Srividya drops it to Geetu, but Steffi had made sure she stole it. Divyani with the ball drops it to Steffi, who's open inside, but Steffi is not able to hold it because it was a little too deep. The heat is quite a factor. Ball is out of bounds. 5 minutes, 12 seconds on the clock. Both teams have had a scoring drought for a while now. Srividya spots up for a 2. She sinks it. This is 7 points for the Spunkies. Divyani to Vandana. Vandana for a 2. It's a front ring. Geetu has the rebound, gives it back to Srividya. Srividya spins, takes it around, goes off, gets off. Another 2. No. No good. Abba is there for the rebound, but the ball is out of bounds. Divyani drives to the hoop. Abba and Hemangani are there to make sure that she doesn't get an open look. Spotting up for a 2. Completely off target. That was Steffi. This time Abba for a 2. Vandana with the rebound. Drops it inside. Tried to find Steffi, but Geetu was there. She took it and gave it to Hemangani. Hemangani all the way to the hoop, picks one off, and that's 8 points to the Spunkies. Divyani Gangwal to the free throw line. Sinks one. That's 11 points. Srividya splits a D, goes inside, gives it to Geetu. but she has drawn a foul. Kochi Stars have picked up their first foul. Divyani all the way to the hoop and she sinks one. Kochi Stars have their 12th point. 3 minutes 41 and the Spunkies are trailing by just 4 points. But trying to steal it away from Srividya's hands is Divyani Gangwal, playing a hustling defense. Playing with just 3 people, this team is hustling and making sure that they try to stay on top and walk away with a victory in Pool A, which of course would be their aim, which means they would meet the second place team in Pool B in the semi-final, and they would look to see that that is the best route to the final. Divyani out to Abba. Abba gives it to Geetu. Geetu mismatched in size set, unable to sink it. And that's Steffi, bank shot for her and giving one more point for the Kochi Stars. Srividya down to Abba. Abba turns, splits, goes, kicks it out to Geetu. Geetu misses that. Srividya almost saves the ball, but not quite because she lost it to Vandana. Steffi with the ball. And that was an attempt by Abba Lad. Steffi once again with the ball, back again to Vandana. Vandana for a jumper, hits the front of the ring and ball is out of bounds. It is going to be Spunky's ball. 14-8 is the scoreline, 2 minutes 27 on the clock. And that's a reverse layup off the glass for Divyani Gangwal. Srividya Suryashekhar. All the way to the hoop. Hemangani. Steffi missing that. But a foul has been called, 1 minute and 55 on the clock. Kochi Stars looks like they are going to take away this victory and eliminate the Coimbatore Spunkies. Spunkies are finding it tough. Abalad tries to take it in and she sinks one off the glass. That is the 9th point for the Spunkies. They trail by 6. Vandana Arya missing it, hustling there for the ball. That's Abalad who managed to pick it up and save it, gives it to Srividya. Srividya to Hemangani. Hemangani tries to drive in and pick up those ones. She does with a reverse layup, and that is the 10th point. But Steffi is there this time to make sure she will add one of her own to the Stars total, adding it up to 16. Just a minute left, little less than that. Hemangani forces one, couldn't make it. Steffi with the rebound gives it to Vandana. Vandana back to Steffi. They will just try to make sure that they just keep the ball possession and make do with it, because they know they have made it to the semi-final and will try to take it a little bit easy by making sure they conserve a bit of energy. 30 seconds on the clock, and that's Divyani to Steffi. Steffi spots up for a 2, but that is an air ball. A foul has been called. Steffi with an opportunity to add one. Abba pulls down the rebound. Divyani Gangwal steals it from her, gives it back to Steffi. Steffi this time adds one, of course, but this time off a layup off the glass. 17 points for them, just 13 seconds on the clock, and this is as good as over. That is Vandana Arya for a 2, and oh, in and out. Himangni Gamit. And that is the final buzzer, 17-11 in favor of the Kochi Stars, and they have eliminated the Coimbatore Spunkies from the rest of the round. So we have two teams which have been eliminated. One is the Coimbatore Spunkies and the other is the Jaipur Regals. So Kochi Stars will be the first semi-finalist, topping their pool, and will play in semi-final 1. The next game will be played between Delhi Divas and Ludhiana Queens. That will give us an idea as to who the Kochi Stars will face in the first semi-final, and who the Delhi Divas will, who will play in the second semi-final and will meet Pune Panthers. And the final score reads, Kochi Stars have 17 and Coimbatore Spunkies have been eliminated with a scoreline of 11. Kochi Stars will play in the first semi-final. Now let's go over to Rishi. He has the Stars with him.
With that game, Kochi Stars, who plays only with 3 players, have won their game number 2 and will be in the semi-finals once again in round number 5 for sure. And I have the very talented 21-year-old from the state of MP, Divyani. Congratulations on winning that. You're 21-year-old. You've played a professional league, which is 3BL. You also play for Nationals and the Railways. How has your experience been so far playing a 3BL?
बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है यहाँ पे आकर, और इतने एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर्स के साथ आई एम फीलिंग वेरी एनर्जेटिक, एंड बहुत ज़्यादा एनर्जी कंज्यूमिंग है 3 प्लेयर्स के साथ खेलना, बट इट्स आवर टीम कोऑर्डिनेशन एंड एफर्ट्स कि हम जीत रहे हैं एंड वी आर प्लेइंग विद फुल ऑफ एनर्जी.
राइट, और मैं देखता हूँ 3 players, दैट मीन्स नो चेंज, और खेलना बैक टू बैक, ऑल्सो द प्रेशर ऑफ डिफेंडिंग चैम्पियंस, बट यू आर अ ग्रेट सपोर्ट टू स्टेफी ऑन द कोर्ट. तो ये क्या एक प्लान्ड स्ट्रेटजी है आपकी?
एक्चुअली इट्स नॉट planned strategy, but it's a team coordination, and I said before, she is big bone of our team, so unke sath khelna, she always makes some moves and gave us energy.
Well, all the best. You have made it to the semi-finals of this round. Defend the title well. Congratulations. That was the 21-year-old superstar from Kochi Stars. And coming up is the last league game in women's round number 5.
And the next game will be played between Delhi Divas and Ludhiana Queens. The Delhi Divas will look to go into the next phase, which is the semi-final, as pool toppers. And the onus will be on the Ludhiana Queens to make sure that that doesn't happen. But the Delhi Divas are going to be a determined lot. Let's wait and watch, see what happens. Because if the Delhi Divas win, then they go on to play Pune Panthers in the second semi-final. And Ludhiana Queens will face Kochi Stars in the first semi-final. Now let's go over to Rishi. He's ready to welcome the teams.
All right, it is now time to bring on the teams that are playing the last league game in Women's League at round number 5. And without wasting any time, let's get on both the teams, because this is where the points will matter for the semi-finals. Let's see what happens in this one. Bring it on, Team Delhi Divas. Team Delhi Divas definitely know what they have to do, because they have been swatting it out on the off-court. They have a board, and now playing against Delhi Divas in this one. Put your hands together and please welcome Team Ludhiana Queens. Both the teams need to win this one, and it will ultimately go on to the points table. And let's see how things work out in this matchup. Is going to be really crucial, and I don't think you want to blink and miss. It's toss time. Can I have the captains, please? Good luck, ladies. Who's going to call? Heads is the call. Delhi Divas win the toss and will have the ball, right? Not defense, right, Rasmeet? Okay. We'll have the ball for sure.
And the Delhi Divas going up against Ludhiana Queens will be represented by number 15 Kushi Alawat, number 10 Ishika Chowdhury, number 6 Raspreet the Fox Sidhu, and number 3 Tavleen Kaur Bandal. And the Ludhiana Queens will be represented by number 9 Kritika Dingra, number 94 Kanika Singh Rajawat, number 7 Kavya Singla, and number 4 Priya Goswami. Of course, the Ludhiana Queens will be missing their star and champ Anmol Preet Kaur Pannu, who has returned to Japan to make sure that she is there for her Japan squad, a university squad, Osaka University. Much love and our best wishes to her. Of course, the league misses are here. We'd also like to give you an update on Ari Gelli, who is one of our international stars from Spain, who's recovering and recuperating from a ligament surgery that was performed a couple of days ago. Heartening to note that she is on the mend and doing well, although her team, the Pune Panthers, are missing her very sorely. The Delhi Divas have been a very clinically precise team that executes to plan, and Raspreet Sidhu has made sure she has done it. In fact, there is an inside story here that despite the fact that it is match day and they have to play early games, Delhi Divas were on the floor picking out the tarpaulin and ensuring that they get a shooting session and a practice going as early as nearly 5 or 5:30 in the morning. So that is a kind of commitment that we can see. In the stands, we also see Bobo wearing the Jordan t-shirt there, who happens to be Raspreet Singh Sidhu's husband. He has been giving her tremendous support, and Raspreet says that he is my backbone and he is the one that decides when I'm going to retire, because that's the kind of support and belief he has in me. Kudos to you, Bobo, and thank you for supporting Raspreet so. A hustle there, and the ball is out of bounds off Kanika's hands. Ishika with the ball. Spots up, pulls up for a jumper, misses it. Hustle for rebound there, but Kanika made sure she picked it up. And Kavya with a turnaround jumper. Rebound pulled down by Ishika. Ishika to Raspreet. Raspreet will find her way to the hoop and in traffic lays one off the glass, and open score for the Divas. Priya Goswami out to open man Kanika. Kanika drops it to Kavya once again, turns, spots up for a jumper, and the product of NB Academy, Kavya Singla, sinks one for her Queens and makes it. Raspreet with a back-to-back point, coming off layups for the Divas. And that is Kritika Dhingra who gives it to Kavya. And that won't count. That's a violation there. So that's 8 minutes 45 on the clock, and the Divas have a slender lead of just 1. The wind conditions are picking up some more, so it is not going to be easy to sink those twos. Mid-range ones, and taking it closer to the hoop might work in their favor. And that's exactly what Khushi does. She puts one off the glass, draws a foul, and 1 for her. And the ball is out of bounds. It is going to be the Divas ball. Priya was not able to hold it there. Hustling defensive plays by Divas make sure that they couldn't do that. Raspreet spotting up for a 2. Rebound pulled down by Priya. Priya brings it out. Back to Kanika Singh Rajawat. Kanika to Priya. Double teaming and triple teaming, that's what the Delhi Divas are doing. Tavleen checks in for Khushi. Ishika drops it to Raspreet. Raspreet finds the open man in Tavleen. Tavleen off the glass. 4 points to them. Kritika drops it inside to the open man in Priya. Priya sinks it. 7 minutes 55 on the clock, and the Queens have put up their second point. A neat assist by Kritika. Raspreet dropping it to Khushi, who makes that one. Priya attempts one, but she couldn't do that. Couldn't convert. Raspreet turns around and drains one. Beautiful one there for the Divas. A 6 point on the board for Delhi. That's Kanika Singh Rajawat. Drops it inside to Khushi. Khushi back to Raspreet. Ishika back again. That is Kritika who couldn't make that. Raspreet open to making that. Nothing but net. Swish. That's a timeout. Delhi Divas have 8 and the Queens have 3. Ishika spots up for a 2. Kavya. And a bit of a hustle there, make sure that the ball is out of bounds, and Kritika had something to do with it. That was off her touch, and this time Ishika will take the inbounds for Delhi Divas. Raspreet turns in traffic off the glass. She drains one, adding another point to the Divas. Kavya, she has one of her own, puts it away. Raspreet drops it to Khushi. Khushi back to Ishika. Ishika with a jumper, nothing but net for Ishika. Putting up another point for the Divas. They have 10 and the Queens trail by 6. Khushi back to Raspreet. Raspreet this time. Ball rebounded by Khushi. Gives it back to Raspreet. Khushi with an opportunity to execute a play, but Raspreet was not there to pick up the pass. And checking in for Khushi is Tavleen. Kritika. Ball stolen by Raspreet. That's an air ball. 5 minutes 6 on the clock. Both the teams have picked up one foul each. Dropping it inside to Kavya. Kavya is unable to make the first attempt, and the second attempt, Ishika has conceded a foul. So Kavya is going to go to the free throw line with an opportunity to make one. In and out. Tavleen. Priya Goswami with the ball for the Queens. Kavya this time. And drains that one. (10-5) in favor of the Divas. Raspreet will now take it to the hoop off the glass. She lays it in, scoring 1 for Divas, 11 for them. And Kavya with turns around, puts away a jumper. 1 more point to the Queens. Finding the open man, Raspreet with a nice assist there, but Ishika wasn't able to convert that. And this time it is Kritika who attempts. Ball bounces out. Raspreet drops it to Ishika. Ishika back again to Raspreet. Raspreet backing into Priya Sharma, and a travelling violation has been called, and Raspreet is looking. Where did that come from? Kavya deep inside to her. Couldn't make that. Second opportunity. Ishika with the rebound. Back out to Raspreet. Kaching! That is money ball. 2 points to the Divas. (13-6) is the scoreline. 3 minutes 39 on the clock. The Queens are struggling to put up those points in quick succession. Shaili Upadhyay doing a Steffi there in the stands. Kanika Rajawat back to Kritika. Kritika for a 2. Kanika Rajawat. Raspreet will attempt a 2. Another one, back-to-back 2 for Raspreet. That's 15 points for the Delhi Divas with 3:13 on the clock. Spinning away, but Ishika with a block there. Ball is out of bounds. A thigh 5 she does. That is how enthusiastic and passionate the Delhi Divas are. Every time they take the floor, it's a treat watching them play. They mean business and they have a plan to make sure they succeed. But their nemesis, Kochi Stars, have always had spokes in the gear for them. Will they be able to do the same today remains to be seen. This is the last league game, and after this we have the 2 semi-finals coming up. Kochi Stars are waiting in the first semi-finals for the loser of this game, and the winner of this game will meet Pune Panthers in the second semi-final. This is round 5 of Women's League 2022 by 3x3BL. And the winner at the end, or the league champion at the end of the 6th round, which will happen in about 3 days, will have the opportunity to participate in the Asian League for 3x3. An excellent opportunity for these young women here. Splitting the defense but unable to finish is Kritika for the Queens. Raspreet. 3 threes for Raspreet. Right on the money. 18 points for them. Turns around off the glass, makes it. That is Kavya with a tough jumper there. 7 points for the Queens. They trail by 11 points and 2 minutes 11 on the clock. Kavya makes another one, so that's 10-point deficit that the Queens are staring at. Dropping it inside for Tavleen. Tavleen missing it. Ishika is there to pick it up. Attempts one but not able to make it. That's Raspreet. Raspreet saves it. Finds herself open to attempt another one. Ishika back to Tavleen. Raspreet. A jumper. One more to her. That's 19 points. All they need is 2 more to finish this. 1 minute and 34 on the clock. A timeout has been called. And spotting up for a single jumper there. Nothing but net for Ishika. Ishika drains that one to fetch them the 20th point. And giving it out to Kanika. Ball rebounded by Tavleen. Tavleen back to Ishika. Tavleen drops it to Kushi. Kushi challenge there, and Kushi drains that one away to take this game away from the Ludhiana Queens and find their way into the second semi-final as pool toppers of Pool B. So, Delhi Divas will meet the Pune Panthers in the second semi-final, while Kochi Stars will face up against Ludhiana Queens in the first semi-final. And the final score reads Delhi Divas have 28 and Ludhiana Queens have 8. 21-8 is the score. Let's go over to Rishi. He's ready to talk to Kushi Alawat.
Delhi Divas have managed to win that game easily and score some good points on the board. That's going to help them to enter the semis with a grade of confidence. And I have someone who is in tremendous amount of confidence throughout this league. I have Kushi with me from Delhi Divas. Kushi, first of all, congratulations. A big broad smile from ear to ear. You look happy.
Thank you so much.
What about the game? Tell me about the game. You finished 4 rounds of the Women's League. The competition's been growing. You have been the champions, lost the championship. There's been an up and down ride for you. But overall, how's 3BL been for you?
3BL is a great experience. Meeting all other talented players here gives us more motivation to play. I'm really excited for our next match right now.
The semifinals is what you're talking about, isn't it? All right, semifinals is around the corner, and so is the end of the season. Do you think you're going to be emotional once the season is about to end?
Of course, yes. I mean, all the players, I'm really going to miss every moment here. And yeah, that's all.
Compared to your game from round number 1 to round number 5, where do you see yourself on a scale of 1 to 10? What's your growth been like as a player?
I guess 7. I won't be that much on a high level, but yeah, being modest, 7.
Yeah, you're being modest because still 1 round to go. It'll be 10 by then. Anyway, congratulations and good luck for the next game. That was Kushi. She keeps always smiling just like her name. And it is time for a break, and post on the other side, we will have the semifinals.
It was really hard. 2 years of COVID really made a lot of things difficult. But at the same time, it gave us a lot of time to plan. So we planned, we found what we shouldn't do, and then all the mistakes that we have made. So we took our time, we planned it really well. And now we are here in Chandigarh with our perfect setup. We started Women's League in 2019, and the purpose of starting was again take India to Olympic. Men's have a different ranking system, women's have a different ranking system, and to take India on Olympic, women's, because there is no such a league in basketball, even the 3x3 for women, I realized back in 2018 that there is a lot of opportunity for women. So that's why we have a league and grow the number of teams. So in next season, we will have 12 women's team. The difference between 3x3 and 5-on-5 is there are a lot of differences, such as, let me start with the timing. So in 3x3, we only have 10 minutes. In 5-on-5 is a 40 minutes game. In 5-on-5, they use 7-size ball, whereas in 3x3, we use 6-size ball with a 7-size weight. This actually makes a player to dribble better because of the grip, shoot better, pass better. Because of that, game is more engaging, there's a more score happening, so it becomes more entertaining. And 3x3 has a knockout. So the rule is either 10 minutes or 21 points, whichever comes first. And by the end of 10 minutes, whoever has the highest score wins, or 21 points under 10 minutes. And 3x3 does not have a personal foul compared to 5-on-5, but it has a team fouls. So in reality, in 3x3, you could foul as much as you want, but obviously that becomes a team's problem, not an individual problem. So you won't get eliminated by fouling too much. And as a player who has played both formats, I realize everything that you do in 3x3 is a lot faster than 5-on-5. Starting with the playing, starting with even with a refereeship, and also the camera work. So the structure is, in the men's team, we have 12 teams in men's. We have divided into two groups of Conference A and Conference B. Now, day 1 is a Conference A, day 2 is a Conference B. Each conference is divided in 6 teams, and the 6 teams are divided into 2 groups of 3. They have a league matches, they play within their group, and the top 2 teams go to semi-final and the final. Each round and each conference has a champion. Those are counted as a FIBA points, and as well as we give them a team 3BL points. At the end of round 5, whoever has the highest point and highest ranking will be allocated to round 6, which is our final. The final round is going to be combined of all 12 teams. This would be divided 3 teams divided into 4 groups, and they will play with each other. Top 2 teams will go to the day 2. Top 8 teams, starting from a quarterfinal, they will play as a knockout. So it will be a league round robin on the day 1 on the final, and the knockout on the day 2. And we'll decide a league champion and a league MVP.
The basketball rules very clearly state that if a player is having the ball in their hands, and if a defensive player strikes the hand of the player who is holding the ball, this is not a foul. So players in their anxiety try to claim for a foul so that they don't want to lose a very crucial possession. I'll repeat this once again. If a player is holding a ball and a defensive player strikes the hand of the player, the palm which is holding the ball, this is not a foul. But players tend to claim a foul because if they have lost position, they would like to get the ball in their for them, in their favor. The hand checking was definitely there, but then at that time the ball was not in the hands of the player. So this is what a player should be able to judge, at what time the contact occurred, and by that contact whether any advantage situation has been got by their opponents. Players have to play their game naturally. They should try to avoid trying to claim a foul, because like I said, that there are contacts, but every contact cannot be called a foul. So if a player is definitely moving towards the basket, the progression is towards the basket, and there is an obstruction, there is an advantage which is got by the player who is not permitting an offensive player with the ball going towards the basket, this will definitely be called a foul. So this is where a player has to be able to identify whether they are right in claiming a foul. I do agree, because every player in their anxiety would like that the decision comes in their favor. But then we as referees, we play a neutral role. We identify those situations which need to be compulsory called as a foul so that the flow of the game is not interrupted. No team gets an advantage. No player is at a disadvantage. So this is what is the focus on which we will be doing our officiating in the remaining part of the event also.
It all started with a group of boys playing basketball. It all started with the passion they had for basketball. It all started with Mr. Rohit Bakshi wanted to do something for the country, wanted to do something for the kids who love sports but they don't have a platform to perform it for a longer run. So the vision started of making children play such a game which could make you a better human being, and it does physically and mentally. Seeing the talent in all parts of India, like be it south, be it north, when we saw that there is a talent but we are not aware of it, and there is much more than we think of, much more than we know of. I think bringing a sport like basketball is anyways a tough job, and bringing up a league and getting everybody together makes it much more difficult. Basketball is played more by boys, so it started with boys league. It didn't start with women's. Women's was introduced last season, and this is the second season for women's league. Initially, we didn't have that much support we thought we would have. Introducing something, telling what it is, and then convincing them, then to help our country, help our generation, help our kids. Joining hands with a private organization, doing anything like that, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of convincing. So that is a second milestone we achieved, getting that government or bodies along with us. So first thing was that it was a new sport. Nobody was aware of it. That was a big challenge. And today, when we talk to people about game, they only know like 5-on-5. There are so many of them. We had to start with what is 3x3 and how it's played. So that's the first challenge we had to overcome, that create awareness about 3x3. 3 words that come to my mind it would be quick, entertaining, and fast.
It is now time, ladies and gentlemen, for the semi-final number 1. And post that will be semi-final number 2. And post that will be finals. I'm saying that as if you didn't know that. That's how it works. Welcome to 3BL Season 3 after the short break. And this is Women's League number 5. It is time to bring out the teams that are playing the semi-finals. And this is going to be an epic battle under the sun on this court. Semi-final number 1 is going to be played between the defending champions from the last round. Please put your hands together and welcome Team Kochi Stars. Playing with 3 players from the last round. They have been defending their title so well until now in this round. And playing the semi-final number 1 against Kochi Stars. Put your hands together and please welcome Team Ludhiana Queens. Team Ludhiana Queens made their way into the semi-finals and I hope they get a win this time. It is time for the semi-final toss. Can I have the captains, please? Captains, it's a new coin. I just want you to look at it. This is black, this is gold. That's what you're going to be saying now. Black or gold? Who's calling? Gold is the call from Kochi Stars. Black it is. Ludhiana Queens win the toss in the semi-final number 1 and will take the ball away. Just like how Aparna is going to take the game away in the com box.
Thank you very much, Rishi. Kochi Stars are the defending champions of the previous round. Now they are coming in with number 6, Steffi, the Albatross Nixon, number 77, Divyani Gangwal, and number 10, Vandana Arya. They are missing Kanishka there. They will be going up against Ludhiana Queens. Number 9, Kritika Dhingra, number 94, Kanika Singh Rajawat, number 7, Kavya Singla, and number 4, Priya Goswami. And the Ludhiana Queens picked up 1 loss in the league phase to Delhi Divas and hence find themselves playing the semi-final against Kochi Stars as they were pool number 2. And the Kochi Stars picked up 2 victories, and although they have been playing short-handed, they have done well for themselves. Although today they do look very low on energy and just had a chat with the players and they are exhausted, and it is sheer will and determination that is giving them this adrenaline and boost of energy for them to perform. A determined lot, and kudos to them. 2 rounds going with just 3 players and the load being on them to make the magic and stay as consistent as possible while winning 2 rounds is not easy at all. So much respect to this lot. Steffi with the steal gives it out to Divyani, gets it back, and off the glass Steffi lays one in and opens scores for the Stars. Kavya challenged by Steffi, who had a piece of that ball, but it's still Ludhiana Queen's ball because Priya Goswami made sure she saved it. This time almost losing it, but yet holding on, kicks it out to Kritika. Kritika Dhingra spots up for a 2. And that one is as good as it gets. 2 points for the Queens. They open scores as well. Steffi misses the first one and the second one. Kritika Dhingra, can she? No, she can't. And the ball is out of bounds. It is going to be Kochi Stars' ball. Checking in for Priya Goswami is Kanika Singh Rajawat. Divyani Gangwal with the ball, going off a screen set by Steffi all the way to the hoop, but Kavya Zed pulled down that rebound and gives it out to Kanika. Kanika finds Kavya once more inside. Kavya, being guarded by Steffi, still managed to drain that one and fetch the 3rd point for her team. Spotting up for a jumper, but that is an air ball. In fact, Kochi Stars had a slow start in game 1 versus the Pune Panthers, and it was that last minute hustle that fetched them that 2 and also iced the game versus Pune Panthers. That was pretty much a dagger in the heart. Kritika is unable to believe that. Queens have 3 and Stars have 2. Ball is out of bounds. It's going to be Ludhiana Queens ball. Kochi were not able to keep it in their possession. Kritika all the way to the hoop. Missed that one. Must be a little frustrated with that attempt. There was no one challenging her there. And that is Steffi. Makes do with the man in front of her. And that'll go in all right. Adding the 3rd point and levelling scores with the Queens. That is Steffi the Albatross Nixon for the Kochi Stars, and 1 for her. Priya Goswami back to Kanika. Kanika fakes, goes in and drains 1. 4 points for the Queens. Inside to Steffi. Ludhiana ball. Priya to Kanika. Kanika couldn't quite hold it. Kavya checks in for Kanika. Divyani being hustled on defense by Priya. Steffi this time turns around, picks it up off the glass, lays it in. 4th point for the Stars, levelling scores. That's Steffi Nixon. 7:28 on the clock. Queen's ball. Steffi contests that with Kavya. And while Steffi has been bearing the brunt of her team, carrying the load of the team on her shoulder, she has been getting stellar support from her teammates Divyani, Vandana and Kanishka. But bulk of the scoring comes from Steffi, who's had to go hard against the big men, or the big women rather, in the women's league, and it's not easy for the center to endure all that physicality that happens in the paint, and Steffi has done so well. And also playing with injuries, it's not been an easy one, but Steffi has been so inspirational. Steffi the Albatross Nixon. A great season she has had so far. Priya Goswami back to Kritika Dhingra. Off the glass with the hook. Not off the glass, but just the hoop. Deceptive angles. Steffi turns around and makes 1, adding up another point to the total. Levelling scores with the Queens. 5 apiece, 6:53 on the clock. The Ludhiana Queens will be seeing if they can make it to their maiden final, while the Kochi Stars look to defend their title. Priya Goswami tried to hook it, but that wouldn't go. This time Vandana Arya with the rebound and stolen by Kritika Dhingra. Fake there, high off the glass. Kavya was ready to pull down the rebound and sink that one in. This time Divyani made sure that she added a couple to her team's total, taking it up by 1. Ball is out of bounds. Spotting up for a jumper, that was Steffi. This time Kanika from outside, but Steffi was there to have a hand on the ball. Divyani back to Steffi. Steffi, neat nifty footwork, make sure that she was able to have a finger roll and pick up that point for the Stars. That's 8 points for the Kochi Stars. Ludhiana Queens trail by 2. This is by far the largest lead they have had so far in this game, and Steffi has an opportunity to take it away by another one. She couldn't do that, and that is Kavya with the rebound, and a foul has been called. That's a first team foul picked up by the Stars. Kritika Dhingra steps back, attempts a 2, little too short. Kanika Rajawat finds Kritika with a sweet assist. Queens have 7. Steffi back to Divyani. Divyani losing the ball thanks to the interference provided so generously by Kritika Dhingra. And that's an air ball. An attempt by Divyani Gangwal. 5 minutes 42 on the clock, and Stars lead by a very fine margin, 1. Spotting up for a jumper, Kritika Dhingra couldn't make it. Kavya is there. First attempt no good. Second attempt is good. So that's level scores once again. Steffi asking for the ball. Kavya couldn't quite stop her there, but Steffi missed it. So it's all good. Ball is out of bounds now. You overload Steffi on one side, then Steffi is going to use her body to see which is the weak side and quickly spin move, make a spin move and make sure that she has Kavya box behind her as well. That's what happened, but unfortunately she couldn't finish. Pulling up for a jumper, that is Divyani, who has an air ball to her credit now. 8-8, 5 minutes 12 on the clock. Tries to scoop a no-look pass behind her back to Kanika, but the ball is out of bounds, and Priya Goswami is frustrated with that. Checking out is Kanika, and incoming male is Kavya. Ball rebounded by Priya, out to Kritika. Kritika for a 2, and that is nothing but net. Money ball for Kritika. 2 points to the Queens. They have 10, and Kochi Stars trail by 2, and that is how the scores read right now. Kavya with the rebound gives it to Priya. Priya for an easy one there. That bucket puts them up by 3. Priya Goswami driving in and makes sure that Kritika Dhingra knows that she's driving in, indicating clearly that that's what her move is and she should receive a pass there, but this ball is lost. So it is going to be Kochi Stars ball. They trail by 3. 4:28 on the clock. Vandana Arya having a bit of a quiet game, although She has been doing quite a bit, playing defense. Offensively, she has been pretty quiet. Divyani Gangwal takes a spill, but she is back with the ball possession. Tries to find Steffi, but it was a little too deep, and Kavya got the better of that pass. But this time, Kritika, man out of bounds. Spatial awareness has always been a challenge for many in the 3x3 format. Several man out of bound calls. And Steffi with a neat spin move and finding her way to the hoop, draining that one in, adding a point. Divyani with the ball. Back inside to Steffi, turning, using the weak side, turning towards and sinking one. And that is Priya Goswami with a hook shot high off the glass, fetching them to 12th point. And Steffi this time will answer with another one. The Stars trail by just one. 3 minutes 34 on the clock. Kavya turns around, puts one up and drains that one. 13th point for the Queens. Back again to Kritika. Kritika to the hoop. Unable to make it, but Kavya was there with the ball possession. 3 minutes 17 on the clock and the Kochi Stars trail by 2. Steffi with the jumper. Kavya pulls down the rebound, gives it out to Kanika. Kanika gives it back to Kavya. Turns around in traffic. Steffi pulls down that rebound. She's got Kanika and Kavya on her to hustle her. Stars ball. Setting up a hard screen. That was Steffi for Divyani, but Divyani couldn't make it. Vandana Arya with the ball gives it to Steffi. Steffi turns around, puts away that one. 12 and trailing by 1 are the Kochi Stars. Vandana Arya back inside to Steffi. An opportunity once more, and Steffi smells blood and sinks that one. 13 all. 2:39 on the clock, and this is pretty much how things unfolded for them in the first game against the Pune Panthers. They were trailing, got back into the game, and that was Divyani Gangwal who scored a 2 and took it away from the Pune Panthers. But keeping it within striking distance is so very important. Better yet, if they can pick up a lead. Steffi missed it. Kavya. Kanika. Kanika picks up the rebound and a jumper there. Drains that one to give them a 1-point lead. Divyani to Vandana. That's an air ball by Vandana Arya. Vandana is capable of doing much more over there, but this is probably exhaustion or the win factor. Not often you see Vandana launching air balls. Steffi. Ball rebounded by Divyani. Divyani back again to Steffi, but that was Kanika Singh Rajawat who was waiting for that opportunity to sneak one and pick it up. Now she sneaks in and drops one in on the Stars. And that's Kanika Rajawat who's been fouled. A big play there by Kanika Rajawat who stole the ball, took it out, drove all the way in and laid one up. Queen's ball. Kritika spotting up for a jumper. Oh yes! Vandana Arya. Hustling play by Kritika. Leading by 3. The Queens. Valiant effort by Steffi in traffic. Fetches a 14th point for the Stars, trailing by 2. Can the Queens hold on to this lead? Kavya turns around. Missed it. Divyani Gangwal with the ball for the Stars. Vandana. A big game for the Queens. And Divyani Gangwal couldn't sink that. It is going to be Queen's ball and Kanika has it with her and she will launch one. That is an air ball. It is going to be Stars ball this time. But can they salvage the situation and come back up with 2 and add another 2? At least pick up a 1-point lead at least or more. They have 47 seconds on the clock. And Vandana Arya way off target. Priya Goswami with the ball. Divyani hustling. Kanika Rajawat has the ball picked away and pushed out of bounds by Divyani Gangwal. They have 5 seconds on the shot clock before the Queens can launch an attempt. If not, it is going to be a shot clock violation and that is what the Stars are trying to force the Queens to do. But this time Vandana is free. She launches a 2. She got the lucky bounce and sinks that. That is 16 all. 19 on the clock and the teams are both level once again. It is going to be Queen's ball this time. Can they force them to turn over the ball and somehow get a shot of their own and take this game away from the Queens? Remains to be seen. Kochi Stars are after all defending their title from round 4. But the Ludhiana Queens are eyeing their maiden final appearance. And can they do it? Stepping back, trying to hold on to it. Kavya. And Kavya with a beautiful jumper from there. Steffi draws a foul. And that is going to find Steffi on the free throw line. Kavya is frustrated with the fact that she conceded that foul. Two minutes and 2 seconds, 2.3 seconds on the clock. An opportunity for Steffi to tie this game. Could push this game into overtime. Which of these two teams is going to hold their nerve and pull it off in an overtime victory? But first of all, will it even go into overtime is something that we must see. Kochi has had the advantage of being in 2 similar situations against an adversary that is probably the strongest on the league right now, which is Delhi Divas, and came out on top thanks to the Albatross herself, because she was the one who found herself on the free throw line twice, and twice she drained those 2 free throws to her credit and ensured that she put away the game in their favor. Is it going to be a deja vu? But first, Steffi must level scores now. Unusual for Steffi. And that is the final buzzer. They have eliminated Kochi Stars, the defending champions, and Ludhiana Queens have done very, very well for themselves to walk into the maiden finals appearance. Brilliantly done by the young ladies from Ludhiana. Anmol Preet Kaur Pannu will be extremely delighted with her mates, although she is not here to celebrate on the floor. She must be doing so from far, far away. Next. And the full-time score is that the Ludhiana Queens have eliminated the defending champions Kochi Stars. 17-16 is the scoreline, and the next game, which is the second semi-final, will be played between Delhi Divas and Pune Panthers. Now let's go over to Rishi. He is waiting there, ready to invite the teams.
What a semi-final one that was. Neck to neck till the end of the time, and then ultimately a team had to win, and that was Ludhiana Queens, who made it to the finals of round number 5. And let's see who will meet Ludhiana Queens in the finals of round number 5 in Women's League. Whether it will be the defending champions, which is Team Delhi Divas. Team Delhi Divas have faced this situation often during the 3BL Pro Basketball League, and not new at all in this situation. They need to defend their title, and that will only happen if they win this one and make it to the finals and win that too. And if there is somebody who can stop them from doing so, there is only one team playing against them in semi-final number 2. Please welcome Team Pune Panthers. The Pune Panthers have been in this situation, definitely experienced to know how to play a semi-final and win it. Let's see what happens. It's toss time here at the semi-final number 2. And good luck. It's the semi-final. There's a new coin. You have to say black or gold. Who's calling? Gold is what Delhi Divas has called, and gold it is. They win the toss in the semi-final number 2 and will take the ball. Aparna, let's see how this goes.
Thank you very much, Rishi. And the Delhi Divas, of course, having had many such experiences being here on the final, it's another cakewalk is what they assume. But can the Pune Panthers take this away from them? We have to wait and watch, because the Pune Panthers did make their lives a little miserable. Delhi Divas being represented by number 15 Kushi Alawat, number 6 Raspreet Sidhu, Ishika Chowdhury and Tavleen Bandal, while the Pune Panthers are being represented by number 9 Durga Dharmadikari, number 15 Smriti Radhakrishnan, number 10 Priya Sharma and Nisha Kashyap with jersey number 11. Taking to the floor are Kushi, Ishika and Raspreet the Fox Sidhu. Raspreet launches the first attempt, but Kushi has the rebound, takes it, puts it back, open scores for the Divas. And while this action is happening on the court, I have two very, very exciting guests with me on the comm box. And starting with our first guest, who is none other than our director of 3BL, who loves the sport as much as all of us do. We welcome Ms. Prerna Sharma Bakshi. Hi, Ms. Bakshi, how are you doing? And yes, we'd love to have you here in the comm box. This is the first time I'm having you in the comm box.
Yes.
How has your experience been so far conducting the 3BL?
Thank you very much. This is my first time as well, and yeah, so it's been a great experience. We've had hurdles, we've had obstacles, but we came through all of it, and it feels amazing seeing these kids playing. It feels victorious seeing everybody on the court and making it up to this day. It just feels I'm overwhelmed to see these kids playing and getting through everything we came across. I am just very happy.
And I can't be happier enough for you, because I did go through the same struggles with you, watching this grow from strength to strength from season 1 to where we are, which is season 3. And yes, we have all come together so well so far. And before we knew it, we're already in round 5 and going into round 6 and almost towards the close of the league. And you people have been so effective in putting this platform together and giving us a space where the players can showcase their talents. Thank you so much for that. And also, we have a lot of exciting things coming forward,
there are
right?
many surprises. There is a lot more. I am just a storyteller. You know what? If you'll ask me who was the first one not to believe in all this, was me. So Rohit Bakshi had to go through a lot to get it here. I'm going to tell you the real fact. I was the first one. So there's a lot more happening. We are coming up a music video, which will be based on the story of 3BL with all our players, because music is something that gets through everybody. You are a player, you're not a player, you are just a kid who is 3 years old, still you get to the music, right?
Absolutely.
So we are just trying to make this game reach each and everybody, each age group, be it old, be it kids, especially kids, because we want to show them, we want to divert them from everything which is not beneficial and which they are doing, especially in Punjab, in other parts of our country. This is where we want our kids to be at the sport, doing any sport, preferably 3x3. So music video is something which has many, many reasons why we are doing it. First is getting 3BL across everybody, getting people excited about 3BL, and music is nothing better than music to do it.
Absolutely. No language, no boundaries for music.
Yes.
It transcends all the barriers, and nothing better than music and sport going together. As you can see, we are playing to the beat of great rhythm here and sinking that shot. And adding another point is the Delhi Divas. They have 8 and Pune Panthers have 1. There's just 7:22 on the clock, and Delhi Divas are on a trot right now. Pune Panthers are struggling to put up those points, and along with Miss Bakshi, we also have a very, very exciting person here who is part of that music journey for 3BL. And I welcome Mr. Josen. Mr. Josen, welcome, and thank you very much for joining me in the comm box. Do share a little bit of what you're planning to do with the music video, because we're as curious as the fans and the audience alike and the players alike.
Thank you so much for having me here, and I'm really happy to be here with you, and especially 3BL. And this is a blessing to me, honestly. And having this special music video for the amazing players. We want to have something like more motivational, inspirational. People can see, and mostly the players and the kids, they can attach themselves to the music. So definitely it's going to be amazing. We're going to have more something that related to old music, and definitely player sequences. So we will share pretty soon with you guys, and I'm hoping you're going to love it.
Absolutely, and we are really excited for that. And may I be inquisitive enough to ask you when this video is going to come out, because I'm
Oh,
very
wow.
keen.
Hopefully, I would say we are shooting pretty soon in next few days, but we'll have it April first week, I guess.
That's awesome. And in fact, Ms. Bakshi, we have also seen some of the stories that we have put together for our fans and viewers alike, because we have a journey of 3BL. We have met with a lot of players who've spoken about their experiences, how the 3BL journey, especially for this season with the tryouts and everything, with a lot of young talent that we have unearthed. I've seen some of the rushes, and I'm very, very excited about that as well. When do you think that is going to feature?
I don't have the date, honestly, but I am also excited. It was the first time when I saw that episode you're talking about. I was in tears. I didn't have words. I saw from the first day we started 3BL up till today. I saw all of it in those couple of minutes. I wasn't watching the video. I was just watching our story. Everybody who stood, everybody who was there with us, I just saw everything in that few minutes. So I can't give you the date, but I'm very excited. Believe me, I'm very emotional, and it's gonna be all of us seeing what we have come through. Yes.
Absolutely. And yes, it was a rush of emotions is what I would say, because I went through the same thing when I watched that video, and I'm very keen that the people should see it as well, because there were some very, very powerful little stories embedded in that particular episode, and that's important to share as well. And this league right now, where do you see it going in the next couple of years?
I honestly see us getting to Olympics, of course. I see it now. I can see it very clearly with Rohit Bakshi believing it in like nothing in his life. I see this league getting to the top. I see this league making more and more kids play basketball in our country. I see this league making people aware what a sport can do for a children's growth. I see this league just becoming a revolution.
That is just fantastic, and you couldn't have worded it better, because we are creating an ecosystem rather than an ecosystem over here, which is like very, very important for the development of the sport. Of course, everyone must realize that the game is bigger than all of us, and we are here only to make sure that the game is shown in all its purity and played with all the passion that it requires, the respect it requires. And Mr. Joseph, tell us about your connection with basketball. Is this your first foray into the sport of basketball itself, or have you been associated with the sport earlier on? How did you fall in love with this?
This is amazing for me. When I was in high school in US, I used to play football. So football is like India called rugby, right? So sports, having connections from the beginning, it's a blessing, you know. When I'm here to have this on the TV and we're watching from last few days, and making this into a music video, it's another way presenting this sport to worldwide, I would say. Not just only India or just one state. We want to present this to worldwide and hold the communities and all the culture and all the races.
Can't wait for that to happen soon enough. And while we were having a chit chat, the Delhi Divas still have a lead. They have 11 points versus Pune Panthers, who have just 6. 444, and that's Smriti Radhakrishnan, who launched an air ball picked up by Ishika. Ishika is now going to split the defense, tries to take it inside, but the ball is stolen by Nisha Kashyap, who will spot up for a 2, and that's nothing but net. Kaching, that is money ball, all right. Ishika this time for the Delhi Divas, dropping it to Kushi. Kushi almost losing it. Oh, yes, she does. She loses it. And that is Nisha once again to Smriti. Smriti for a 2 this time. Oh, yes. It can't get better than that. The Pune Panthers are back, and how they are well within striking distance, and they just trail by 2. Tavleen. And she has a smooth, neat jumper. That's 12 on the board for the Divas, and still trying to keep it a little out of range. The Delhi Divas are making sure that they will try to keep it away as far as possible from the Panthers and go back into the final. That is what they're looking at. But the Pune Panthers will try to derail Delhi right away, because it would be an opportunity to get into the final and meet the first-timers Ludhiana Queens there. So, Miss Bakshi, you have 3 little girls, and I see them wearing 3x3 jerseys already and hanging around here watching this healthy ecosystem that you and Mr. Rohit Bakshi have created. And it was actually very, very endearing to see Mr. Bakshi sport a t-shirt which had a very, very nice saying, which said, I've been called many things, but the best thing I've heard so far is being called Papa. And that was a lovely girl-dad moment there. And I had to share it with our viewers because it's so much fun. Do you think they're going to pick up the sport of basketball? Or do you think that they're going to switch to another sport? It's too early to tell, right?
See, as a mother, I'd say they need to pick up a sport. I would want them to at least have one sport, but I would love if they pick this up, because I think there is nothing better than this.
Absolutely. So much of excitement, so much of passion. What a beautiful sport. A few years ago, did you think you would be drawn to basketball like you are now? You're like, it's like a magnet, right? It's just drawn you moth to a flame.
I just love what it does to a human being. I just love how much it changes you when you're on the court, how much kinder you become even after you lose. I just love everything about the game. This is amazing. I never thought I would love this game this much. I was a tennis player in school, but the passion Rohit Bakshi has, I think anyone would fall in love, even if you don't know the S of sport. He has that kind of craziness about it. So yeah.
Definitely. And if you've already played a sport which is tennis, in your case, it shouldn't be too difficult to start picking up basketball as well soon enough. Maybe next season we'll see you shooting some hoops as well with
Believe
the
me,
girls.
Kids kept me busy. I would have done it this season as well. But I promise you, next time I would.
I would love that. And now we find that Ishika had pulled down that rebound and got fouled in the process by Priya Sharma. So she is going to go to the free throw line, or isn't she? No, she isn't. It is going to be Delhi Divas ball. 3 minutes 3 on the clock, and the Divas have 13, and the Panthers are trailing with just 9 points. And that's Tavleen who split up. But what a hustling defensive play by Priya Sharma. But Ishika's right there picking it off and finding herself all the way to the hoop and drops one in, adding another point. Smriti Radhakrishnan with the ball. Tavleen is there to defend her. Smriti with a tough shot there, couldn't make it, and the rebound was pulled down by Ishika. Ishika is such a hustler. It's heartening to see what this Delhi team is bringing to the floor. But it is the Pune Panthers that really need to work that much harder to take it away from the Delhi Divas and ensure that they walk into the final instead of the Divas. Divas have had way too many opportunities. It's only fair that we find someone else facing the Ludhiana Panthers, and the fans would love that too. But the Delhi Divas are playing in a way where nobody can deny them of the chances that they're getting. Kudos to them as well. But this time, it's a beautiful one off the glass for Priya Sharma, and she fetches one more point to the Panthers, although the Panthers are trailing by 5 with just a minute and 56 on the clock. So, Ms. Bakshi, do you see yourself commentating as well? I would like you to have a go at this.
No.
Talk about it. Have some fun.
I just want to say these girls, many of these girls are picked from tryouts, and I just love seeing them. They fight like bulls. The game is getting better and better. Girls are getting better and better. They just giving competition. It's just as entertaining as any other boys' game it is now. So
Definitely.
even better than that at times. So.
And I love the fact that some of these girls that we picked out in the tryouts that we had during the year have blossomed so much from round 1 to round 2, and how they've grown along with these rounds. Durga Dharmadikari is one of those such players. In fact, she has packed a lot of punch having come, and then she's been punching above her weight. She's been going against the bigs, performing, holding her own and shining. This is what we wanted to see. And the league has provided them that platform. And as fans, we are truly grateful for those opportunities. Minute and 22 remaining. The Panthers trail by 3. And the Panthers have conceded 5 fouls already. It is going to be Delhi ball. Do you think that the girls' teams would be extended more franchises to come anytime up ahead? Because we have 6 teams right now. Do you see it growing anytime soon?
Oh, yes. We announced as a team in the press conference we had that we will for sure have 12 teams in next season.
That's excellent.
Yes.
That means that many more players are going to be able to play at this level and also express themselves in a fun manner. The winners of the entire league for women are going to be able to participate in the Asian level tour, and that is quite an opportunity. It is going to be a first. And thank you so much, Ms. Prerna Sharma Bakshi, the director of 3x3BL, for joining us in the commentary box and sharing your passion and enthusiasm and helping the sport grow to where it is.
Thank you very much for having me. I am honored to be around you, to be with you guys.
And also, I'd have to thank Mr. Bakshi for making you a believer.
He made me a believer, if the real story is that, of this game, of this sport, of this court. So thanks to him.
Thank you so much once again, and have a wonderful day. Going back to this game, 3-point difference. Delhi Divas have 15 and the Pune Panthers have 12. 55 on the clock. Raspreet with the ball. To Ishika. Ishika spots up. Couldn't quite make it. Raspreet to the hoop. Ishika hustles. She's playing like a champ. Raspreet the Fox Sidhu drains one to pick up another point. 16 to Panthers 12. 25 seconds on the clock. That's a 2-possession game, and she's bleeding. Ishika has a cut, and she is just a phenomenal player. It is a little unfortunate that she injured herself, and our medical partner Fortis Mohali will take care of this and ensure that she is all right, and we also pray that she recovers quickly enough and taken care of, and it's not too bad. You can see the hustle that our girls are playing with, and that is fantastic. Injuries are part and parcel of the game, and we do hope she has a quick recovery and that is taken care of, because she's been a phenomenal player and a support system to the Delhi Divas, and her presence will be missed if she stays away from the court. Smriti Radhakrishnan with the ball. Tavleen Bandal is there. Tavleen has earned the nickname Rodman from her teammates, and this is why she has been called Rodman, because she hustles for every ball, plays with so much of heart. (18 seconds on the clock. 16-12 in favor of the Divas. Nisha Kashyap with the ball. Hustling defense. Kushi didn't quite retain her footing and fell on her, conceding a foul. 13.1 seconds. Delhi Divas have picked up their 4th foul in the process. The Pune Panthers have 5 fouls. Raspreet. Just 2 seconds left on the clock. And that is the final buzzer. The Delhi Divas have beaten Pune Panthers 16-12 and walked into their final once again. And both the teams rushing to check on Ishika. Such is the love and camaraderie that all these players share off the court. Concern for a fellow player. And hopefully she will be all right soon. And the final will be played between Ludhiana Queens and Delhi Divas. First time for the Ludhiana Queens, while Delhi have played in the final thrice already and won twice, picking up a runners-up check once, This is their fourth foray in 5 rounds. And the final score, Delhi Divas have eliminated the Pune Panthers 16-12 and will march into the final to meet Ludhiana Queens. And we will be back shortly with the final. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a 15-minute break.
It all started with a group of boys playing basketball. It all started with the passion they had for basketball. It all started with Mr. Rohit Bakshi wanted to do something for the country, wanted to do something for the kids who love sports but they don't have a platform to perform it for a longer run. So the vision started of making children play such a game which could make you a better human being, and it does physically and mentally. Seeing the talent in all parts of India, like be it south, be it north, when we saw that there is a talent but we are not aware of it, and there is much more than we think of, much more than we know of. I think bringing a sport like basketball is anyways a tough job, and bringing up a league and getting everybody together makes it much more difficult. Basketball is played more by boys, so it started with boys league. It didn't start with women's. Women's was introduced last season, and this is the second season for Women's League. Initially, we didn't have that much support we thought we would have, introducing something, telling what it is, and then convincing them, then help our country, help our generation, help our kids. Joining hands with a private organization, doing anything like that, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of convincing. So that is a second milestone we achieved, getting that government bodies along with us. So first thing was that it was a new sport, nobody was aware of it. That was a big challenge, and today when we talk to people about game, they only know like 5-on-5. There are so many of them. We had to start with what is 3x3 and how it's played. So that's the first challenge we had to overcome, that create awareness about 3x3. 3 words that come to my mind it would be quick, entertaining, and fast.
It was really hard. 2 years of COVID really made a lot of things difficult. But at the same time, it gave us a lot of time to plan. So we found what we shouldn't do, and then all the mistakes that we have made. So we took our time, we planned it really well. And now we are here in Chandigarh with our perfect setup. We started Women's League in 2019, and the purpose of starting was again take India to Olympic. Men's have a different ranking system, women's have a different ranking system, and to take India on Olympic, women's, because there is no such a league in basketball, even the 3x3 for women, I realized back in 2018 that there is a lot of opportunity for women. So that's why we have a league and grow the number of teams. So in next season, we will have 12 women's teams. The difference between 3x3 and 5-on-5 is there are a lot of differences, such as, let me start with the timing. So in 3x3, we only have 10 minutes. In 5-on-5 is a 40 minutes game. In 5-on-5 they use 7-size ball, whereas in 3x3 we use 6-size ball with a 7-size weight. This actually makes a player to dribble better because of the grip, shoot better, pass better. Because of that, game is more engaging, there's a more score happening, so it becomes more entertaining. And 3x3 has a knockout. So the rule is either 10 minutes or 21 points, whichever comes first. And by the end of 10 minutes, whoever has the highest score wins, or 21 points under 10 minutes. And 3x3 does not have a personal foul compared to 5-on-5, but it has a team fouls. So in reality, in 3x3, you could foul as much as you want, but obviously that becomes a team's problem, not an individual problem. So you won't get eliminated by fouling too much. And as a player who has played both formats, I realize everything that you do in 3x3 is a lot faster than 5-on-5. Starting with the playing, starting with even with a refereeship, and also the camera work. So the structure is in the men's team, we have 12 teams in men's. We have divided into two groups of Conference A and Conference B. Now, day 1 is a Conference A, day 2 is a Conference B. Each conference is divided in 6 teams, and the 6 teams are divided into 2 groups of 3. They have a league matches, they play within their group, and the top 2 teams go to a semi-final and the final. Each round and each conference has a champion. Those are counted as a FIBA points, and as well as we give them a team 3BL points. At the end of round 5, whoever has the highest point and highest ranking will be allocated to round 6, which is our final. The final round is going to be combined of all 12 teams. This would be divided 3 teams divided into 4 groups, and they will play with each other. Top 2 teams will go to the day 2. Top 8 teams, starting from a quarterfinal, they will play as a knockout. So it will be a league round robin on the day 1 on the final, and the knockout on the day 2. And we'll decide a league champion and a league MVP.
The basketball rules very clearly state that if a player is having the ball in their hands, and if a defensive player strikes the hand of the player who is holding the ball, this is not a foul. So players in their anxiety try to claim for a foul so that they don't want to lose a very crucial possession. I'll repeat this once again. If a player is holding a ball and a defensive player strikes the hand of the player, the palm which is holding the ball, this is not a foul. But players tend to claim a foul because if they have lost possession, they would like to get the ball in their for them, in their favor. The hand checking was definitely there, but then at that time the ball was not in the hands of the player. So this is what a player should be able to judge, at what time the contact occurred, and by that contact whether any advantage situation has been got by their opponents. Players have to play their game naturally. They should try to avoid trying to claim a foul, because like I said, that there are contacts, but every contact cannot be called a foul. So if a player is definitely moving towards the basket, the progression is towards the basket, and there is an obstruction, there is an advantage which is got by the player who is not permitting an opponent, an offensive player with the ball going towards the basket, this will definitely be called a foul. So this is where a player has to be able to identify whether they are right in claiming a foul. I do agree, because every player in their anxiety would like that the decision comes in their favor. But then we as referees, we play a neutral role. We identify those situations which need to be compulsory called as a foul, so that the flow of the game is not interrupted. No team gets an advantage. No player is at a disadvantage. So this is what is the focus on which we will be doing our officiating in the remaining part of the event also.
It all started with a group of boys playing basketball. It all started with the passion they had for basketball. It all started with Mr. Rohit Bakshi wanted to do something for the country, wanted to do something for the kids who love sports, but they don't have a platform to perform it for a longer run. So the vision started of making children play such a game which could make you a better human being, and it does, physically and mentally. Seeing the talent in all parts of India, like be it south, be it north, when we saw that there is a talent but we are not aware of it, and there is much more than we think of, much more than we know of. I think bringing a sport like basketball is anyways a tough job, and bringing up a league and getting everybody together makes it much more difficult. Basketball is played more by boys, so it started with boys league. It didn't start with women's. Women's was introduced last season, and this is the second season for women's league. Initially, we didn't have that much support we thought we would have. Introducing something, telling what it is, and then convincing them, then help our country, help our generation, help our kids. Joining hands with a private organization, doing anything like that, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of convincing. So that is a second milestone we achieved, getting that government or bodies along with us. So first thing was that it was a new sport. Nobody was aware of it. That was a big challenge. And today, when we talk to people about game, they only know like 5-on-5. There are so many of them. We had to start with what is 3x3 and how it's played. So that's the first challenge we had to overcome, that create awareness about 3x3. Three words that come to my mind, it would be quick, entertaining, and fast.
It was really hard. 2 years of COVID really made a lot of things difficult. But at the same time, it gave us a lot of time to plan. So we found what we shouldn't do, and then all the mistakes that we have made. So we took our time, we planned it really well. And now we are here in Chandigarh with our perfect setup. We started Women's League in 2019, and the purpose of starting was again take India to Olympic. Men's have a different ranking system, women's have a different ranking system, and to take India on Olympic, women's, because there is no such a league in basketball, even the 3x3 for women, I realized back in 2018 that there is a lot of opportunity for women. So that's why we have a league and grow the number of teams. So in next season, we will have 12 women's team. The difference between 3x3 and 5-on-5 is there are a lot of differences, such as, let me start with the timing. So in 3x3, we only have 10 minutes. In 5-on-5 is a 40 minutes game. In 5-on-5, they use 7-size ball, whereas in 3x3, we use 6-size ball with a 7-size weight. This actually makes a player to dribble better because of the grip, shoot better, pass better. Because of that, game is more engaging, there's a more score happening, so it becomes more entertaining. And 3x3 has a knockout. So the rule is either 10 minutes or 21 points, whichever comes first. And by the end of 10 minutes, whoever has the highest score wins, or 21 points under 10 minutes. And 3x3 does not have a personal foul compared to 5-on-5, but it has a team fouls. So in reality, in 3x3, you could foul as much as you want, but obviously that becomes a team's problem, not an individual problem. So you won't get eliminated by fouling too much. And as a player who has played both formats, I realize everything that you do in 3x3 is a lot faster than 5-on-5. Starting with the playing, even with a refereeship, and also the camera work. So the structure is, in the men's team, we have 12 teams in men's. We have divided into two groups of Conference A and Conference B. Now, day 1 is a Conference A, day 2 is a Conference B. Each conference is divided in 6 teams, and the 6 teams is divided into 2 groups of 3. They have a league matches, they play within their group, and the top 2 teams go to semi-final and the final. Each round and each conference has a champion. Those are counted as a FIBA points, and as well as we give them a team 3BL points. At the end of round 5, whoever has the highest point and highest ranking will be allocated to round 6, which is our final. The final round is going to be combined of all 12 teams. This would be 3 teams divided into 4 groups, and they will play with each other. Top 2 teams will go to the day 2. Top 8 teams, starting from a quarterfinal, they will play as a knockout. So it will be a league round robin on the day 1 on the final, and the knockout on the day 2. And we'll decide a league champion and a league MVP.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, with the last and final game of women's round number 5. In the semi-final number 2, a couple of head-to-head injuries, but let me just inform you that both our girls are fine. They've been taken care of, and they are right now being attended by the best medical doctors who are present at the venue. So thank you so much once again, Fortis Hospitals Mohali. And with that, on a good note, let's begin the final game of Women's League round number 5 right here at 3BL Season 3 live from Chandigarh, Mohali. It is time to bring out the teams, ladies and gentlemen, and coming a long way, there is no team right now who can defend the title because now the title is open since Kochi Tars are not in the finals. So, let's bring out, we're going to have a new champion, that is for sure, in round number 5. Let's see who it is. Will it be Team Delhi Divas? Now, Ishika might not be able to play this game, but definitely she will be screaming from the hospital, go Delhi, that's what she does. And playing against Delhi Divas, put your hands together and please welcome Team Ludhiana Queens. And Ludhiana Queens pumped up as they've made their way into the finals. What an opportunity for them to clinch this title. But let's see what happens. It is toss time. Captains from both the teams with me. Good luck. You know the drill, black or gold. Who's calling? Delhi Divas called for gold. Gold it is. Delhi Divas win the toss in the finals and will take the ball or defense? Take the ball. They will take the ball. Take it away, Aparna. This is the final game.
Thank you very much, Rishi. And Ludhiana Queens have made it to the maiden final. It can't get any sweeter than that. But the Delhi Divas, represented by number 15, Kushi Alawat, number 10, Ishika Chaudhary, who's not going to be here with her team, but she will be supporting from wherever she is right now. Number 6, Raspreet the Fox Sidhu. Number 3, Tavleen Kaur Bandal. And the Ludhiana Queens being represented by number 9, Kritika Dhingra, number 94, Kanika Singh Rajawat, number 7, Kavya Singla, and number 4, Priya Goswami. And of course, the de facto player who is and was the backbone of the team, Anmol Preet Pannu, all the way from Japan, will be supporting this team. This is their first foray, like we said earlier. Delhi Divas know what it is to play in finals and in fact have picked up 2 winners' checks and 1 runner's check. So this is not a new experience for them. But the new experience is not having Ishika with them play this. Such a trooper, such a hard player. She plays so hard for her team with so much of heart and soul, lot of passion on the floor. And it will be a little disappointing for this lot to have to come here and play without Ishika. But it is what it is, and she will be all right soon enough, but not so as we speak. She's being attended to, but she's not available for this game, and that's what matters because Delhi Divas are going to be playing short-handed, no one to substitute. Raspreet drives in, unable to make that. This is a great opportunity for the Ludhiana Queens to win it all, and they would have to play with that extra juice that is required to take one away from Delhi. Delhi is known to play tactically and take it away when it is required, and they will do whatever it takes to make sure that they get their plans executed to perfection, and they have proved that time and time again. But it is the Queens that will be hoping that they can get some magic. Pulling down the rebound and putting one off the glass is Kushi, opening scores for Delhi Divas with 1 point. Kushi sinking another one in for her team. Kritika Dhingra off the glass. In it goes. That's the first point for the Queens. And Kushi setting up a screen and allowing Raspreet to drive in. But a foul has been conceded and Raspreet will go to the free throw line with an opportunity to drain one for her team. They already have 2 points on the scoreboard and Ludhiana Queens have picked up their first point. Raspreet misses that one. Kritika with the ball, spotting up for a 2. Dropping it inside to Kushi. Kushi misses that. Kanika with the rebound, and that's Kritika attempting a 2. The ball is out of bounds. It's going to be Diva's ball. Ludhiana Queens already have picked up 2 fouls. 8 minutes 51 into the game. Tavleen this time had a piece of that. Ball is out of bounds. It's going to be Queen's ball. And that is Kritika. Tavleen has the rebound, takes it out. Raspreet back to Kushi, who's open. Fakes, turns the other way and drains one off the glass. That is Kushi for her team. Divas have their 3rd point. And this time Kavya. And that's Kanika Rajawat with an attempt, but that was way off target. Kushi to Raspreet. Raspreet drops it to Tavleen. Tavleen will isolate and go inside, unable to score, but a hustle there, a tussle for the rebound. 8 minutes 5 on the clock. Kavya with the ball. Kavya is unable to add it up to the scoreboard, but this time Kritika with a 2. The Queens level scores with Kritika's 2. Raspreet spins, turns into traffic, draws the foul. That will send her to the free throw line. Raspreet conferring with Tavleen and Kushi, getting them to understand what is required of them. One more for Raspreet and the Divas. They have 4 on the scoreboard. 7 minutes 35 remaining. Kritika couldn't sink that, but Kushi was there to pick up the rebound, and Raspreet for a 2. Tavleen is there for the rebound, but it was Kushi who got the best of that one and manages to put one away. And in reply came Priya, that's Kritika's 2 for the Queens. Scores level once again, 5 apiece. Raspreet all the way to the hoop, high off the glass. Puts it away. 6 points for the Divas. Queens have 5. 7 minutes 6 on the clock. Queens have conceded 4 fouls already. This is something they should contain because Raspreet is one that is going to use the opportunity and make sure that the Queens get into foul trouble, and they will regret every foul that they concede going forward if they manage to put up those 6 and move into the 7th. Kushi kicks it out to Raspreet. Raspreet asking for a screen. She will go inside. Tries to drop it to Tavleen. Tavleen and Priya. That would be Kritika. 6:53 on the clock, and that's a timeout. And one for Kritika. She managed to put that one up. Ball is out of bounds. The Queens are going toe for toe, eyeball for eyeball, and they are really squaring up against the Divas. Divas don't have the luxury of a fourth man to relieve them, but the Queens are making sure that they don't want to concede an early lead and making sure that they are keeping in time with the scoring of the Delhi, and if possible trying to outdo them. Fifth foul already that's been conceded by the Queens. This is exactly what might get them in trouble a little later on. If they pick up the seventh foul, then they are in super trouble. Raspreet picks up another foul. That is the sixth foul we were talking about. Now the seventh one is going to hurt them, cost them. This time it's one attempt. Going forward, it will be 2 attempts for the next 3. Uncharacteristic of Raspreet to miss the free throw, but sometimes it happens. But you can be sure she is not going to have too many of those missed attempts. .6:14 on the clock. With Kushi playing defense and taking Kavya in the paint. Kavya's not been finding the going easy, neither has Kushi. So a lot of the scoring has to be done by the players on the perimeter. So the onus is on Kanika and Kritika to pick up those ones and twos. Rejected by Kavya. And that is Tavleen with a jumper. Missed it. And a putback by Raspreet gives them the 7th point. Kavya brings it all the way out and gives it to Kritika. Kritika unchallenged, so she will launch it too. And Raspreet drains it too. This is the largest lead they've had so far in the game. They have 3-point lead against the Queens. Raspreet makes sure that she takes it away by another point. Great drive in. 5:15 on the clock. Delhi Divas lead by 4. The Queens are now going to struggle to first make up for the 4 and then go past. This is exactly what they should have disallowed in the beginning. They should have tried to stay as close as possible, but now it is going to be a little bit harder for them to make up for this and then get back on top, because now it means that their defense will have to be on point. But already they have found themselves in foul trouble. They have conceded 6 fouls. Going forward, every foul is going to cost them, and Delhi will definitely try to take advantage of that situation. Splitting the defense, that is Kritika, but Kritika couldn't finish. Raspreet pulled down the rebound. Tavleen back to Khushi. Raspreet. She couldn't finish either, and that was a shot clock violation. And the shot will count. Delhi Divas have been accorded the point that was dropped in by Khushi. 11-6, they have a 5-point lead with 4:51 in the game. Queen's ball, Kritika. Drops it to the open man, Kanika. Kanika puts it away. 7th point for the Ludhiana Queens. Raspreet splitting the defense, opening doors, making sure she sneaks one in. Kanika couldn't control the ball and it has gone out of the Queen's hand. So it is going to be Delhi ball. They lead by 5. Taking it to the hoop. And that's a foul that the Queens have committed, which means Raspreet is going to get 2 free throws and she will try to exploit this situation. First one is off target. Second free throw is on point. 8 points. That will be 13 points to the Divas. Tavleen all the way in, off the glass. Kavya unable to make it. 3:59 on the clock and the difference is now 7 in favor of Divas. Raspreet calls for a time. The Queens are definitely going to have to do much better than this if they shouldn't waste the opportunity of being in the final right now. This has come to them after 4 rounds, so 5th time they have gotten lucky and this is too precious an opportunity to squander, so they're going to have to crawl and climb their way back into the game. Down by 7, uphill task with 3:59 remaining and a determined Delhi Divas stand between them and picking up a check, winner's check. Of course, the 7 fouls also not in their favor. Khushi. It is going to be Queen's ball. Kavya unable to sink that, but this time it is going to be Raspreet with the ball for Delhi. And she's going to be content picking up those 1s rather than the 2s at this point in time because she will want to exploit the foul trouble that Ludhiana Queens are in. Khushi, hustling defense by Ludhiana Queens. Spotting up for a jumper. Kavya with the rebound gives it out to Kanika. Kanika drops it back to Kavya. Ball is out of bounds off. Raspreet had her hands on it. 3 minutes 13 on the clock. Priya all the way to the hoop, high off the glass. 8th point coming the Queen's way. Raspreet. Tavleen is there to pick it up. Raspreet for a jumper. Priya Sharma with the rebound for the Queens. Finding the open man in Kanika. Kanika spots up. No, but she tried to make a pass to Kavya, but Tavleen was there to make sure that it wasn't going to be easy. A 6-point lead and 2:49 on the clock. The Delhi Divas are looking very strong at this point in time. Finding the open man. That is Kavya who drills that one in. Out to Raspreet. Raspreet for a 2. And yes, money ball for Raspreet. 16 points to the Divas. Kavya ensured that it wasn't going to be for Kushi to get it and made sure that there was an interception. Priya Goswami tried to take it inside, but she couldn't finish. Checking in for Kavya is Kanika. Kanika hustles, rushes for the rebound. Attempts a shot high off the glass, but that was nowhere close. Priya Goswami, Kritika and Kanika for the Queens. They trail by 7. Divas at this point in time seem like they have everything well in control. Kushi. It's going to be Queen's ball. Priya Goswami loses it on the way inside. That drive-in didn't fetch her points, but it did give her a turnover. She conceded the ball to the Divas now. Tavleen will take the inbounds. Pulls up and drills that one in. That is Raspreet with a jumper. Kavya. Kritika all the way to the hoop. Minute and 33 on the clock. Raspreet asking for a screen. Spins the other way. Drops it inside the open man, which is Kushi. Kushi finds herself challenged by Kavya, but will the shot count? Divas have 17 and the Queens have 9. Minute and 27. They have asked for a timeout. Hot conditions outside. You can see Tavleen is trying to cool herself down. It's not been easy. The wind, the heat and the dehydration are all huge factors to deal with at this point in time. It's a challenge, but the women are up to it. Tavleen out to Raspreet. Drops it to Kushi. Kushi couldn't convert that jumper out to Kritika. Kritika for a 2. And yes, it's a bank shot. Money in her account. 2 more for the Queens. This time, Tavleen. She gets one off and adds it to hers as well. That's 18 points for the Divas at this point in time. Priya Goswami back to Kritika. Kritika couldn't make that. Kavya has the rebound and she will find the hoop. But no, she's not able to. Raspreet has the ball. 39 seconds and another title coming to the Delhi Divas is more and more certain. Kushi for a 2. Oh yes, Kushi has a 2. Well, it's a 1 actually because she did have her foot inside. So that's 19 points for the Divas, but very, very comfortably into it. And 8.5 seconds remaining. You can pretty much be certain Delhi Divas are the round 5 champions. And Ludhiana Queens have not been quite able to contain Delhi Divas, even though they were playing one player down, one player short. And that is a final buzzer. Delhi Divas, as we said earlier, are the round 5 champions. And you can be certain they have done it for their compatriot Ishika, who was unable to be here and share this moment. Very, very well done by Delhi Divas. A dominant performance throughout this league. And today has been no exception. And that is a final score. Delhi Divas are champions once more. 19 to Ludhiana Queens 11. Round 5 champions, of course. And now let's go over to Rishi. He is going to take us through the presentation ceremony.
With that game filled with emotions, we come to the end of Women's League in round number 5 at 3BL Season 3. There is so much that one can witness on this court, from skill to the talent, to the aggression, to emotions, to blood, to sweat, and to respect. And above all, the sport and the sportsmanship is what matters. That is all what we consist of. And I'm talking about India's first and only 3x3 Pro Basketball League, which is 3BL. And it is time for the presentation, ladies and gentlemen. And to give away the runners-up check, I would request a very, very well-known and talented film director, Mr. Josan, who is here with us. With a round of applause, let's welcome him. On the court with me, he's been watching the games throughout the morning leagues also and the evening leagues. I think he's into it. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate your time. It is time to bring out, ladies and gentlemen, the runners-up for Women's League in round number 5. Put your hands together and please welcome Ludhiana Queens. What a day you girls have had on the court. Played your best game. Unfortunately, couldn't clinch the title, but nevertheless, nothing to look down upon. Always have your heads held high. And this is your moment of glory. Runners-up of Women's League round number 5, Team Ludhiana Queens. Thank you, Mr. Joshan. Thank you so much. It is indeed a pleasure to have you here. I'll definitely see you in the evening. Thank you. Thank you, team. Congratulations. Have a good day. It is now time for presenting the Champions Check for Women's League in round number 5. And after that, we're going to have the MVP. And to do that, I am going to invite the pillar of strength, the director of 3BL, Mrs. Prerna Sharma is here with us. A very, very busy woman, but still finds time to come here and show us support. And it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to put your hands together and please welcome champions once again, Team Delhi Divas. Round number 5 Women's League. Missed out on their 4th player, Ishika, as she was injured. And they've won it. So congratulations, Team Delhi Divas. Please stay, Mrs. Sharma, please stay here. You will be giving the MVP too. Thank you, champions. Congratulations, team. Good job. What a day you guys have had. And time for the Most Valuable Player Award here at the presentation ceremony of Women's Round number 5. None other than the very experienced, talented, and what a leader. Put your hands together for the one and only Raspreet Sidhu, everybody. Most Valuable Player, Women's League Round number 5. Team Delhi Divas and the captain. That's right, that's how you celebrate. Job well done. Thank you so much, Mrs. Prerna Sharma. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Quickly going to have a chat with you, Raspreet. You definitely do. You definitely do. What a moment it is. Congratulations, Raspreet. Now you've finished 5 rounds. You've got the championship for 3 times and MVP too. How do you feel? What do you want to?
Okay, firstly, it goes out to Ishika. And this one's for her and for my team. And for my diehard supporter, husband, trainer, everything, Brahmaditya right there. Thank you so much, guys. I'm nothing without you all. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Thank you so much. I can't be more grateful and blessed to have such amazing team and amazing people in my life.
Now that final was kind of a sail through to the easy, but it's never easy when you play a game on the court. And, you know, not having your 4th player, did that bother you somehow? Was it a matter of concern at all, apart from her health?
I think we take pride in being warriors. And one of the warriors was out. She gave all her energy to us and she said, listen, no matter what, you can't lose this. And we had to keep her word. But that's for my amazing team. That's also a huge shout out to Ludhiana Queens. Such young girls, such young talent. Not even for a second we felt that this is a one-sided affair. They gave us the tough fight till the last second. And that's what I expect all these girls to do it here. And I'm so happy that's happening.
Such an ambassador of inspiration. You are, Raspreet. So much to learn from you. Congratulations and well deserved. Celebrate this. You've got a good break. MVP, ladies and gentlemen, from the round number 5 of Women's League, that was Raspreet, the very, very, very mighty and talented. And she's dedicated the team win to Ishika, who was the 4th player, could not play the finals. But that's what it is from the Women's League at round number 5. Don't forget, my friends, to tune in sharp at 4 p.m. because today we're going to have the Men's Conference B round number 5. And that is going to be electrifying. Till then, take care. Have a good afternoon. Thank you for watching. My name is Rishi Raj.